Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Online Darts Live League. It is Monday morning. It is week 4 of qualifying for the last Champions Week of the year. That's going to take place from next Monday, but who is going to join the crop of players who have already made it? We will find out who comes through Group A on Wednesday afternoon. So let's start Group A right now with an international flavour of France versus Poland. It's a very good day, and welcome to Thibault Tricole and to Sebastian Steyer of Poland. And isn't it great to have some international talent here? I'm not going to even try to pronounce his hometown. Over the course of the next couple of days, I will practice it. But I think that is Pluvinier. My French is definitely better than my Polish. But as far as this fixture is concerned, the favourite will have to be Thibault Tricole to start. But they're playing on a board that they've never played on before, in a setting they've never played in before. So, let's find out how they can settle into their debut campaign in the Live League. It's been a brilliant weekend of darts, and we have some great talent for you into this week. It's a big day, of course, with the draw for the PDC World Championship later on tonight. Everybody's got an eye on that, including one of our competitors today, Matt Campbell. Not to mention Danny Lauby as well, of the United States, who will play Matt Campbell in the second game of the day. We've also got Lee Cox for you. And, indeed, Nathan Rafferty, who came second in the World Youth Championship yesterday. So he's hot-footed it from Minehead to here. And we will see him in Game 3. So it's a fabulous Group A. Plenty of practice darts for these guys to get themselves ready for this first challenge in best of 7.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
And our legendary referee Paul Hinks will get us underway. And Sebastian starts with a smile. Nicknamed The Dream. He'll be hoping he's a nightmare for all of these players in this group. But this guy's nickname is the French Touch.
140.
I don't really know what to make of that, quite frankly. But when I saw Sebastian's nickname, it made me think of a very famous jazz song from back in the mid-80s. A saxophonist by the name of David Sanborn had a song called The Dream. I know that's not his walk-on song, because Sebastian's walk-on song is one of the best. Personal Jesus by Depeche Mode. Now that is a proper tune. So, hat tipped 100. To the pole. Sebastian starts the better, has the darts in this best of 7 match. There will be 15 matches per player in this group over the next 3 days. So 5 today, 5 tomorrow, and 5 on Wednesday.
82.
And the one person who tops the table on points come Wednesday early afternoon will progress to the weekly finals on Saturday night.
43. Sebastian, you require 121.
It's going to be a very competitive week. And we have a very good crop of players already in Champions
89.
Week for next week. We'll go through them in just a moment. But first, Thibault doesn't look like he's going to take this first leg.
95. Sebastian require 32.
Sebastian starting well. 16 darts gets him the first leg. So, pretty good, you would say, with a 94 average in the first leg of the contest. Let's see if he can keep that going.
Second leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
A distinctly French flavour to the shirt of Thibault Tricole, which I really like. The French are not noted for their darting talent. Indeed, the majority of the French darting talent is in soft-tip darts. But Thibault Tricole was actually one of my picks to come through Q School earlier this year. He didn't make it. But since then, he has had success.
45.
He is going to go to the Lakeside in early January to the inaugural WDF World Championship. That will be his second big stage appearance after playing at the Indigo in 2020 and the final BDO World Championship, which was won by Wayne Warren.
100.
But after winning the 2021 Denmark Open, Thibault has punched his ticket to the Lakeside and will go
93.
to that iconic venue with a genuine chance of winning it because he's currently the second seed. The only person above him is Brian
100.
Roman. And we already know that Brian Roman will be here next week in Champions Week because he won week 1.
58.
Yet again, Steyer is first to the finish.
100.
Well, Thibault is improving incrementally. He has dodged the 170 from Sebastian.
24.
And he's fortunate that only 24 was found. Double 18.
78.
Ooh, that was close.
Sebastian require 146.
Should have been a smaller number than this. And only 24 on approach from 170. That's why
90.
he can only approach from this point.
18.
Whereas Thibault Tricole does get a second bite of the cherry at the double. Double 4.
14.
And now this is a great chance for Steyer.
56.
He's been offered 9 darts from 170. And he finds the double. So that's the difference between these two players early on Monday morning. One is finding doubles, the other one is not.
Third leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of Lakeside, looks like Steyer's going too. He is going via a different route though. And I don't mean
100.
the kind of plane he's going to take. Alongside Laszlo Kadar of Romania, he has come through the Eastern
100.
European rankings. Has just edged out Patrick Kovac of Hungary to make his way to the Lakeside
95.
for the first time. There's been a lot of action over the course of the last few weeks in getting to Alexandra Palace and to the Lakeside.
85.
Whichever championship they choose to play in, because there are players who have a choice. No, I'll leave it in the ether of the
56.
darting atmosphere. If you did have the choice, which one would you take? But I know if I had the choice, which one I would choose.
140.
So we could see these two go at it at Lakeside come early January. Funnier things have happened.
96.
But their quest this week is to get valuable practice leading into those challenges coming up. And of course, to make their way to Champions Week. There is a bonus on offer at the end of this week if they make the finals. £2,000 would go a long way to covering a lot of expenses.
44.
And of course, next week, that triples to a £6,000 prize. Tops for double T.
32.
And he leaves double
Sebastian
4.
110.
That means that 110 is not going to be taken.
65. Thibault will require 8.
Tricole does have more problems on doubles. Steyer is waiting. This time it's found, and that will settle Thibault Tricole down, because even though he's got all of this experience from the last few years, you still want to find that first double of the morning.
Fourth leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
We might start to see the real Thibault now.
60.
I was asked by some people within the game to pick some people who I thought might come through Q School in January, and my mind immediately went to Thibault Tricole, because I thought that a lot of people might not know a great deal about him, and they may underestimate
100.
how good he actually is. And I think wherever he goes now, they don't take him for granted. They don't think he's an easy ride.
41.
He's definitely not playing at his highest level in this game. Neither player is, but this room isn't the biggest.
100.
It's a new experience for these players. Whenever you do something new, there's just that little bit of uncertainty.
123.
I think what we have to do is grade how these guys have played at the end of Wednesday's
100.
session, not after their first game of the group. That was most definitely the case for WDF World #1 Brian Roman, because he played some good darts through the week, but some sketchy stuff, but at the end of the week he was the #1. It's all about the big picture.
77.
Thibault's starting to find some better scoring than his Polish opponent now.
105. Thibault, you require 64.
Another single for double 16.
32.
Now this is a
Sebastian Steyer,
superb opportunity
130.
to find a 3-1 lead for the steely-faced Pole. A bad first dart, and he can't recover from there.
80. Thibault, you require 32.
Thibault recovers though, and in leg 4 he takes double 16 to level things up at 2-2. So he was in trouble at 2-0 down, but no longer in trouble here, but still has to find a break of throw.
Fifth leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Of our 6 players today, we've got 4 debutants. The other 2 debutants will go head-to-head next. And then we have the most experienced player in this group, Lee Cox, coming up in game number 3 against Nathan Rafferty, who has played here this year in 1 week.
100.
I'll be fascinated to see what kind of form we get from Nathan today after yesterday's up and down
81.
Sunday. Very much an up in getting to the final of the World Youth Championship, and then the down, of course, of losing it and all of the things attached to that loss.
140.
This is much better.
123.
We're yet to get a maximum in this game. But this morning when Sebastian was in this room getting a little look at the hockey.
133.
First 3 darts at the board, 180. It's amazing how many times that happens when you've got a bit of adrenaline pumping through your veins.
Sebastian require 32.
He hasn't got a 180 in this match, but he might have a 3-2 lead.
No score.
Well, no harm, no foul, because even if he missed on the inside or the outside of that double 8, he still wasn't taking the leg. But even by busting the score, he gets a chance at the larger double again. And he does fix it this time, so he stops the rot after losing 2 straight legs. He wins leg 5 and has the opportunity in the next 2 legs to get that valuable first 2 points of the group.
6 leg Thibault to throw first. Game on.
So just to run you through, if you are a new viewer to the Online Darts Live League, there's your first 180 from our referee Paul Hinks. But one person will graduate to the finals through this group.
123.
Then positions 2 and 3 from this group come Wednesday will go to Thursday and Friday night in a separate group, which will consist of 5
100.
players. Then 3 players from that group will go to the finals, and then 2 more from Group C, which will consist of 3 new players on Thursday morning
100.
and Friday morning, of course. And you add to them the bottom 3 from this group come Wednesday. And just to give you an indication of
89.
who you will see later in the week, Group C will have Diogo Portela of Brazil, Richard North, and the fabulous Scott Baker, who
40.
we haven't seen in quite a few
Thibault
months.
Tricole 132.
I'll talk a bit about Group B after we see Thibault try and take this 6th leg.
100.
It's his turn to leave double 16, but this time we are seeing the Frenchman leave it after 12 darts, a distinct improvement.
77. Thibault Tricole 32.
To take us all the way then,
Game shot on the
that's
6th
what we
leg.
have. Best leg of the match so
Thibault
far
Tricole.
by Thibault Tricole. 14 darts, and we are going all the way to a 1-leg shootout to see who gets the first 2 points of
7th
the
and
day.
final leg is Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Group B, a little bit later in the week, which will have positions 2 and
134.
3 from this group come Wednesday afternoon, will involve Cameron Menzies, Jim Williams,
81.
and Neil Duff. I think that's a particularly strong group considering what Jim Williams has done this year. And he's one of those players who can choose which
85.
championship he wants to play in, but I'd be shocked upon shock if he chose the WDF World Championship over all of the opportunities he's got with the PDC
100.
coming up. He will find out later today who he will play at Alexandra Palace. But
42.
that will happen a few days before we see him back here. The winner of Phase 3. We've had
140.
some great champions this year. Robert Thornton, Jim Williams, Richie Burnett, and Chaz Barstow. They've had great years, all 4 of them. Who's going to add their name to that
100.
illustrious list for the end of the Online Darts Live League for this year? Only 2 weeks of action are left before we take a break over Christmas and New Year.
Sebastian Steyer.
I like that play from Thibault Tricole. Sensible use of the 25. And he does have a chance to win the match.
41.
That's a disastrous
Thibault
last start.
Tricole 130.
That's not the best first start either. He recovers well,
90.
but he needs one more mistake,
Sebastian
and it's
Steyer,
vital
99.
for Tricole that Sebastian hit a 1 with his last dart. And double S, recover. There's your answer.
79. Thibault Tricole 40.
So double top, the first match start of this contest. And he needs a different double now.
Game shot
Oh,
on the
and he
match.
finds it just in the
Thibault
corner.
Tricole.
So he gets the first 2 points of the day. And you can see that the man who has brought a little bit of je ne sais quoi to today's field has just got over the line by 4 legs to 3 with an 82 average and 25% on the checkouts. It's not his most vintage performance, but sometimes you've got to win ugly. And that's exactly what that was. So 2 points to the Frenchman. Steyer will return a little bit later for another game. So we're going to have a bit of a North American feel to the next game because it's the United States against Canada. This is not ice hockey or baseball. This is darts. And it's Lauby against Campbell. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League, and number 2 game of the day has a very good flavour about it. It's Canada against the United States, and this one could be quick and fiery. It's Lauby versus Campbell for 2 points in their first game here. It's a very warm welcome to the man from Canada who has played in the World Cup twice. And he's up against a good pal of his. And he's had a long journey to get here, and this is his warm-up for the upcoming PDC World Championship. But the same goes for Matt Campbell. Well, the one thing I've got to get out of the way is the fact that we have a Ginger Ninja already in Champions Week next week in the form of Chris Gilliland. He came 3rd in week 2. And the other Ginger Ninja in darts is this guy. So, little did we know, but we could possibly have 2 Ginger Ninjas in Champions Week for the end of the Online Darts Live League for 2021. But everybody loves Dan Lauby. And that is not the name of his new sitcom. Everybody loves him because he's talented. He's fast.
81.
He's just a little different. And isn't it great to have such a good player from the United States?
140.
He's a real danger. And if there's anybody in this field today who knows the danger of Dan Lauby,
100.
It's Matt Campbell. He's got excellent darting DNA.
60. Matt, you require
His dad
80.
played at a high level in the early 90s. Up to the current day, I'm sure he's still playing. But Matt Campbell's on tops.
Game shot on the first
and that's
leg.
a very handy first leg from the Canadian. 80 in 15 darts. With that conversion, he takes a 1-0 lead. A very, very tidy start.
Second leg, Dan to throw first. Game on. $93.
As you can see, Dan Lauby does not hang around. He plays the game of darts as if he's got a breakfast reservation in about 90 seconds.
100.
But he is going back to Ali Pali. And he's looking at this as the ideal preparation for that, to get some valuable game time in. Matt's maybe had a bit more exposure to some high-level gameplay in the
57.
last few weeks after winning the European Challenge Tour, and will, just like Jim Williams, who won the UK Challenge
58.
Tour, be on the PDC circuit for the next 2 years. He was at the Grand Slam just like Jim, and he will be at Alexandra Palace just like Jim.
80.
It's not a debut for Matt Campbell at Ali Pali.
45.
He does have valuable experience of playing World Cups, big time darts over in North America.
100.
He is vastly experienced for a 32-year-old.
130. Matt, you require 164.
Might go 19s now.
64.
Straightens it up and
Dan, you
leaves a
require
ton.
35.
Lauby leaves 35 after hitting a bullseye from 85.
19.
Just misses double
Matt, you
16.
require 100.
So Campbell has the opportunity to break in leg 2. He took 80 in the first leg. He is not
33.
going to find
Dan, you
100
require 16.
in leg 2. Misses on the 2 double top
Game
shot.
on the second
And
leg,
Dan Lauby does
Lauby.
clean up after a small scare in leg 2. So this one is tied up at 1-1. And we are none the wiser as to who the favourite is.
Third leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Maybe it's Matt Campbell shading it so far because he does retain the darts.
100. 100.
He is a very, very talented individual as Dan Lauby. I do believe he's a music teacher over in Indiana.
60.
Had a very brief conversation with him this morning about the NFL. It was brief because
58.
both of our teams lost yesterday. Mine very heavily to the Cincinnati Bengals, and
96.
Dan Lauby is an Indianapolis Colts fan, and they had a very narrow defeat yesterday.
100.
I'm sure Matt, being from Canada, is more into hockey. That, for me, is one of the best sports to watch
81.
live. I'm yet to meet a Canadian that doesn't like ice hockey.
59. Matt, you require 164.
I hope you're enjoying this game because it really is quick. And the funny thing is, Matt Campbell is
64.
probably the slowest player in this group. I know for a fact that Dan is the fastest.
140. Matt, you require 100.
Well, it's 100 again. Can he do better this time? Well, he does
60.
do better, but he
Dan, you
doesn't
require
take it.
44.
It's a break chance,
4. Matt, you require
but he can't
40.
break dance his way to a 2-1 lead. Double 10.
Game
And
shot
Matt
in the
Campbell
third
finds
leg.
a beautifully
Matt
executed
Campbell.
shot for 2-1 lead. So the break chance for Dan Lauby comes and goes. Matt Campbell, there you can see, plumb in the middle.
Looks like Dan to throw first. Game on.
And the left-hander comes back to try and stay on level terms at 2-2.
95.
Let's have a little glance to see who already is in
119.
Champions Week. Brian Roman, Rob Collins and Kevin Burness came through in week 1. So they will eagerly await their chance
121.
in just over 7 days. Connor Scott Walters
97.
and Chris Gilliland, Ginger Ninja number 1. They came through Group 2. And then, of course, week 3,
59.
we saw the climax of that on Saturday night with Chris Murphy. Robert Owen, Jose Justicia of Spain, and Graham Usher came through
97.
in fine style, where we saw Martin Adams eliminated from the chance of picking up a phase win for the year.
81.
He's played the most games of any player this year, Martin Adams, but unfortunately he wasn't able to find a phase win.
81. Dan, you require 145.
One of these guys still could.
85. Matt, you
Nice
require
layup,
107.
but could be a huge moment here as Campbell goes for double 16.
91.
That was
Dan,
a
you
great
require
break
60.
chance. Tops for Lauby.
20. Matt, you require 16.
Just not sharp enough on the doubles in this early encounter. Missing vital shots at the outer ring
Game shot in the
that
fourth
Matt
leg.
Campbell is not.
Campbell.
He's getting a few more opportunities than Dan is, and he has a 3-1 lead in a race to 4, so he could serve out a 4-1 victory here.
Looks like Matt to throw first. Game on.
40% for Matt, and only 15%
121.
for Dan Lauby. There is the tail of the tape, because the averages aren't that different.
43.
I don't suppose there's a lot of darts fans out there that would associate
100.
great Arrowsmiths with the United States, but there have been some very good players like Darren Young, Larry Butler,
59.
who's made it to the World Masters final and has, of course, won the World Match Play. He was the very first champion back in 1994. That is largely forgotten.
45.
But when it comes to Canadian darts, you don't look too far, because John Part is a 3-time champion of the world.
139.
And then, of course, his good friend Jeff Smith and World Cup partner is at Alexandra Palace with him this year.
65.
And they've both been to the quarterfinals of the World Cup previously.
125.
First chance to win the match for Campbell is on the maximum finish. What a way it would be to do it. That's a superb shot. And that's exactly where Lauby should be going with his first dart. And he hits the same shot. Beautifully hit. 85 left. Tops. And that bed has cost him in this match. But it gives Matt Campbell the win by 4 legs to 1. It's a very impressive start for the Ginger Ninja. There will be a response from Dan Lauby when he comes back to the hockey, but it's a very decent start with 50% on the doubles and an 85 average. There is definitely more to give, but he'll be very happy with a 4-1 win. Let's have a little look at Nathan Rafferty, and he's up against Lee Cox in match number 3. How will Nathan Rafferty respond after losing last night's World Youth Championship final to Ted Evans? A warm welcome back, and it is match number 3 about to start. So this will bring to a close round 1 of our games for today, of which there will be 5. So Nathan Rafferty has hot-footed it from Minehead back to the Online Darts Live League for a second stint, and he's up against Lee Cox, our most experienced player of this group. It will be a mix of emotions for Nathan this morning, but now it is the perfect opportunity to put behind him what I'm sure is a disappointment from yesterday. But the 37-year-old from Crawley, the London captain
First leg Nathan to throw
in
first.
County Darts,
Game on.
will now play his 68th game of the year. He has won almost half
58.
of those games. In fact, just above half. with a running average of 85.3, which is pretty good.
60.
I would put, in a funny sort of way, Matthew Edgar is the kind of player on the PDC circuit that calls
100.
himself the standard bearer. He says that if you play to his level, you're good enough to get on the tour. Well, I would say, based on the way that Lee Cox has played this
60.
year in the Live League, he is very much on an even keel with the average performance. The 85
40.
average, the 35% of the doubles, the odd big performance. I'd say you've got to be as good as Lee Cox to be here and competitive.
60.
And I mean that in a very, very complimentary way, because there have been more successful names come here this year and they haven't done what Lee's done.
139.
This looks like a new DARTS shirt that he's wearing as well. It looks very complicated. It looks like he's had a fight with Spider-Man.
164.
Might stay there, but decides to go
84.
for the treble 18. I've just noticed that maybe Nathan Rafferty's got a torn flight. I don't think he's seen it yet.
55. Nathan, you require 80.
He doesn't have to go for 25 in bull, but that's a great switch.
68.
He'll come back for double six.
$44. Nathan, you require 12.
A lot of people would have Rafferty as the favourite for this match. Ooh,
No score.
that is a real pull. He's missed that by a good 2.5 inches. That must have slipped out of his hand. I think he's recognised that he's got a torn flight.
97.
Let's see if he
Nathan,
can
you
get through
require
this leg with
12.
it and maybe change it at the start of leg 2. Oh,
No
he's
score.
busted
Lee, you
again.
require 82.
He's hit the treble 10 and the double 10 in going for a double 6. And then we've got a missed single from Lee Cox. Some definitively Monday morning stuff here.
46. Nathan, you require 12.
Third time lucky. And he
Being
finds a
shot in
nice
the first
assist
leg, Nathan
from the other
Rafferty.
dart there. Darts is not just about the brilliance and sometimes the droll, but sometimes about the comical. And that was a bit comical at first
Leg
leg.
leader throw first. Game on.
You've had some extraordinary drama over the last couple of days.
96.
Some controversy as well, which resulted in Peter Wright getting booed yesterday, which did not feel right whatsoever. But that might have had something to do with the fact
30.
that he was playing against local boy Ryan Searle in yesterday's final. But very many congratulations to Peter Wright in joining the Players Champion Club.
100.
I have membership number 2, and Peter's been given membership number 7 because he is the 7th person to win the title. And there we have that change of flight for Nathan. That torn one just wasn't going to cut it anymore.
96.
Huge congratulations to Ryan Searle as well for his first major final. It's easy for me to sit here and say that it won't be his
62.
last because you just can't guarantee that. But with the way he's played in 2021 and 2020, I would be surprised if he didn't make another one in the future.
134.
It was a fabulous final. As was the World Youth Championship final, which Nathan lost to Ted Everts by 6 legs to 4.
100.
It was played in a great spirit between these two. Ted signs off from the development tour with the premier title after 14
Lee, you require 143.
development tour wins, and then he picks up the World Championship to go into the senior part of his career.
20.
Well, look on the bright side, Lee, you've only lost 2 points because that dart was in the one, and so was the one that bounced it out.
136. Lee, you require 123.
Somewhat remorseless 136 there from Nathan. And he will get a look at the 62 to double his lead now.
41. Nathan, you require 62.
Treble 10 surely. Keeps finding the wrong segments, but this is the best way for 62. You can't afford to miss that single though,
82.
because that busts the score once again. It's 82, and it's tops.
Game
And it's
shot
in
second leg.
for Lee Cox.
Lee
That's
Cox.
got a distinctly poetic theme around it. But that was a very good execution from the man from Crawley.
Third leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Nathan from Northern Ireland, of course, which had a decent weekend,
77.
not just with his efforts in the World Youth Championship, but with Brendan Dolan making the semi-finals and Daryl Gurney making the quarters. And he was involved, of course, in that brilliant match with Ryan Searle in the
100.
quarters, which was settled by one solitary dart. 104 checkout for Ryan Searle when
95.
Daryl Gurney was sitting on a double after 12. A brilliant, brilliant match.
95.
Nathan Rafferty lost out on big things by losing that final yesterday.
95.
Not just the championship, to add his name to a very good list of players who have won it over the last 10 years. But of course, by losing
46.
that game, he is not going to Ali Pali, whereas Ted Evans is now.
$47.
I like the thought process there from Nathan, using the 25 at the end and the 19s on dart 2 to try and guarantee the finish.
85.
That is telling me that Rafferty's got a really good darting brain. And we can't forget how good he was in the Grand Slam.
95.
Made his way to the last 16 there, and that's a very fine effort.
$100. Nathan, you require 92.
Double-double? I'd like to say yes,
56.
but I'm
Lee,
not
you
sure
require
it was
75.
the most positive of efforts. Tops for Lee Cox.
Game shot in the third leg.
And judging by this
Lee
game
Cox.
so far, it's a case of misses from Rafferty and really good poised double top shooting from Lee Cox, who finds it for the second time.
Fourth leg leader throw first.
does
Game on.
Double his tally to get his first break of throw of the contest.
81.
You could easily look at this group and fancy the WDF number 2 Tricole. You could fancy Steyer. You could fancy Campbell
58.
or Lauby, but don't underestimate Lee Cox at all. The one thing he has in this room is experience.
44.
And that is something that Nathan Rafferty has too. He's played 25 matches here previously. He's only won 10 of them for a win percentage of 40%. His doubles percentage was way down unusual at 26%. But he does have experience here.
140.
He knows what kind of engine you need to get through a group. That experience for me will be telling.
100.
Maybe the best thing for Nathan Rafferty today, after that disappointment last night, is to get straight back on the board.
140.
Give yourself another challenge. Don't rest. Get straight back into it.
60. Lee, you require 96.
But he's in trouble in game 1. Double 18.
78.
Lee will return for the equivalent of double 9. Time will tell as to whether he goes straight for it.
46. Lee, you require 18.
He's not going to go straight for it. He's going to back himself on double 8.
Game
And what a
shot of the
good play
fourth
that
leg.
was.
Leacock.
That was confident. He knew exactly what he was doing before he even touched the oche with that right foot. Perfectly done for 3-1.
Fifth leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Seems to me like Nathan Rafferty is using
100.
what looks like a heavier version of James Wade's darts. I should know what they look like. I used to use them myself.
140. 100.
It is very much a leaning action that Nathan Rafferty has. Pretty much akin to that of Wes Newton, someone who has played
100.
against Lee Cox this year. Wes didn't have a massive amount of success when he came here. He did have some great performances. But you can see that Rafferty does lean down.
125.
It's very much a stooping stance. And that right elbow does go very low. So he throws very much from his right shoulder instead of the right jawline. The backlift is quite long. It goes under the jawline towards the collarbone.
140.
But it works. It definitely works in this leg. This is his best scoring leg of the day.
81. Nathan, you
He's
require
got double
36.
18 for a 13 darter.
18.
No damage done yet. You just fancy that he might be under pressure the next time when he comes back for the equivalent of double 9. Now, is he going to split this, or is he going to go straight for it? He goes straight for it.
9.
And he doesn't hit it, so Lee Cox gets a chance at 116 to win the match. This is tricky. Blocked the bed, and he had no option
Nathan, you require
anywhere
9.
else. He had to go for the 60.
No score. Lee, you require
He's had
16.
a bit of a nightmare first game here, Nathan Rafferty, but there's plenty of time to recover.
No score. Nathan,
He has
you
got time to
require
recover
9.
in this match. I thought it was going to be over with Lee Cox playing well on the doubles up until that visit. He was 60% on the doubles up until that point.
5.
But Nathan
Lee, you
Rafferty gives
require
him an extra
16.
chance to finish it right here, and all he can do is smile.
Game
He
shot
isn't
on the
smiling
mat.
now
Lee Cox.
because Lee Cox wins by 4 legs to 1 in the same sort of fashion that we saw Matt Campbell beat Dan Lauby in match 2. You can see that Rafferty's had a slow start, but he's got plenty of games today and over the next couple of days to get himself back in contention. So a 72 average is good enough to win that first game, but an improvement will have to be found by both of them as they go into the later echelons of Group A. Match number 4, we'll see the Frenchman Thibault Tricole return to the oche. He won his first game, but so did Matt Campbell. So one of them is going to get their 4th point of the day in match 4. Round 2 of our matches for Monday will now commence as we go forward with France against Canada. It will be an interesting one because both of these guys won their first game of the day. I'm looking forward to seeing more from Matt Campbell. It was a decent start. An 85 average in beating Dan Lauby by 4-1. It was a slightly different performance for Thibault Tricole. These are both 32-year-olds. And I'm sure Matt Campbell has played against many a player who can speak French. Because, of course, Matt from Ontario, which borders Quebec. And there are some fine players from Quebec.
This leg, Thibault to throw first.
But Ontario's finest will now go up against France's finest in this fourth match of the day. They both competed in the European Q
100.
School a little bit earlier this year, and consequently both competed in the European Challenge Tour. Whereas Matt has had success
60.
in PDC second level darts, in the WDF, Thibault's had more success.
60.
So they're going in different directions at the minute. Matt's going to Alexandra Palace and Thibault's going to Lakeside.
24.
Now, the funny thing is, Matt Campbell did have the choice of going to the Lakeside. He did find himself in 4th position on the Canadian qualifying list behind Sean Burt, Rory Hansen and Dave Cameron. But of course the lure of Ali Pali, it's strong. Not to mention the fact that over the next 24 months, Matt Campbell is going to be playing against the best players in the world and testing himself on a regular basis in the UK, in Europe, and maybe a little bit of North American action on top of that as well. With his pal Jeff Smith, who has retained his card after 2 years on tour. So having someone that he can room with,
65.
hang out with,
140.
share experiences with, that will help Matt Campbell's cause.
100. Matt,
good lead from Thibault. Can Matt find the 60 he needs for this checkout? That is a superb shot.
98. Thibault, you require 40.
That second dart really was an A-grade shot. Double 10.
20.
Chances
Matt,
missed.
18.
He only had 25% on the doubles in his first game.
Game shot on the first
and Matt
leg.
Campbell was just a little bit better. He was up at 57%. So if he maintains that sort of accuracy, he's going to be tough to beat.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
He does find a breaker throw in the first leg. And so far, in the early echelons of Group A,
100.
He looks the favourite to me. He looks the sharper of the 6 players that we have. But talking about that
100
European Challenge Tour, Thibault Tricole finished in 25th position in the order of merit, whereas Matt Campbell was number 1.
60.
It was a pretty close race in the end. Maybe not as close as the British or the UK order of merit in the Challenge
60.
Tour. That went down to pretty much 1-game margins. But Matt finished in number 1 position ahead of Stephen Noster and Roby John Rodriguez.
100.
And in 4th position was Jose Justicia, who has qualified for Champions Week next week by coming second to Rob Owen on
45.
Sunday morning. That was a very unfortunate deflection off that moulded flight that he uses. You can see that both players here are using moulded flights.
81. Matt, you require 130.
I've made quite an incredible shift into the game over the last 2 or 3 years. And maybe we've got to the stage
50.
where It's 50-50 between foldable flights and moulded flights now.
95. Matt, you require 80.
80 points separate Matt Campbell from a 2-0 lead. This was his best finish in his first game, and he's replicated it for an 18 dart hold to double his lead, and he's looking very confident as he walks swiftly away from the board.
Third leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
He's toasting himself in the background there with a nice vintage council water.
60.
He might be a bit of a connoisseur, just checking the colour of the water before he drank it.
100.
Now, there is something in Canada that doesn't really get exported much, which is a very nice thing. It's called ice wine.
55.
You don't see a great deal of that in Europe, but then again, Canada's got some great stuff. They've got Donair sauce. Oh boy, I miss that stuff. They've got the best wings out there, especially in some of their sports bars that show some amazing hockey games. You can tell I've spent too much time with Jeff Smith. But talking about ice wine, funnily enough, one of the best ice wine producers in Canada is the great Wayne Gretzky. There's a little factoid for you.
139.
The scoring has gone up a notch in leg number 3. We've just had a huge approach from Matt Campbell,
59.
who leaves 121, actually 111. Bit of Monday morning mathematics there from the asset.
45. Matt, you require 111.
92 left, I assure you.
51.
He leaves 60.
This
is a tough out. So Campbell will return. The way he took out 80 in the last leg
70.
will give him confidence on this shot, because 60. It is a bit of a sibling of the 80 checkout. That is superb. When he gets the chance, he is taking them. It's only an 18 darter, just like the previous leg, but right now 18 darters are good enough.
Fourth leg, Matt to throw first. Game on. 58.
It's only an 82 average for Matt Campbell, but all you can do is win the leg in front of you, and that's what he's doing right now.
55.
You can't win Group A on Monday, but you can lose it.
40.
If you have a disastrous day where you lose all 5, the likelihood is you are not going to win this group, because you would only have
100.
20 points at your disposal for the rest of the group. But if you walk away with 6 to 8 points, maybe even the perfect 10, you're firmly in the mix.
40.
Now, is that record of Colin Osborne getting 28 points in Group A going to be under threat this week from somebody?
140.
I'm of the opinion that this group is so competitive that it won't be.
134.
There's got to be a fight back here from the Frenchman.
60.
He is definitively France's best dart player. The only other French talent that I actually know
68.
to talk to is a guy called Mike Valentine. Great name. Fabulous soft tip player.
60. Might you require 161?
To win the game in style. You can't start with a treble 3 though. That leaves 152.
49. Thibault, you require 86.
I'd like to say this is to stop the bagel. But Frenchmen don't have bagels in the morning, they have croissants.
72. Might you require 112?
Might be forced to have a bagel for breakfast. If 97 is found with 2. Now he's had
92.
7 visits in this
Thibault
leg
Tricole,
to get the
14.
job done. Can Thibault stop him?
Game shot on
Getting
the
a
fourth
shot at
leg.
double 12, he does.
Thibault Tricole.
That is a superb last start, and somewhat defiant from the Frenchman to say, I will keep fighting to the very end.
Fifth leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
I complimented that Darts shirt a little bit earlier on, but I have to say it. I'm a big fan of it.
93.
I don't like the nickname, I'm not going to lie. I don't like the French touch. I think double T's probably a better one, because he's got 2
100.
T's for his name, Thibault Tricole. But as far as the Darts shirt design is concerned, I think that's good enough to be a France international football shirt.
81.
That's how good it is. As for Matt's shirt, well, you can't really confuse it with anybody else's.
140.
Got a great ninja on it, and his name and nickname emblazoned all over it.
60.
One thing I really like about Matt's game, though, is his focus. He's got a lovely rhythm about his throw,
140.
too. But when he stares at the board, he's staring at it as if someone's stolen his coffee mug,
97.
which
Matt
consequently
Campbell,
happened to me on
121.
Saturday. That's a bad last
Thibault
start.
Tricole, 170.
Oh, 170 chance. Over pitches dart 2.
105. Matt,
So Campbell has a much better opportunity here than he had in the previous leg to finish the victor. Double 9. Perfectly done. So a 15
Matt
darter, his
Campbell.
best effort of the contest, gets him his second 4-1 victory of the day. So he's the one who goes to 4 points. A beautiful 72 checkout with 3 darts. And you can see that it's another 81, 82 average. So it's good enough right now, but there are gears to find. We're going to need to find more gears from some other players. But the one thing that he's doing, Matt Campbell, is he's finding those doubles. 57% for the first 2 games of his campaign. We will take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Lee Cox up against the Pole Sebastian Steyer, who's had a bit of a break to try and figure things out after losing in Game 1. really interesting start to our play for the day. We've only had the 180 in 4 matches. I just wonder if that's going to change in match number 5 as Lee Cox takes on Sebastian Steyer. Slow start from some of the players, but not from Matt Campbell. 4 points from 4. A leg difference of +6. But an undefeated start for Lee Cox, who took care of Nathan Rafferty after a cold start from him. But Steyer lost out by the odd leg to Thibault Tricole in match number 1. He's had a 3-game break to go back to the practice room and try to figure things out. The highest average of the day so far belongs to Matt Campbell at 85.05. So I do believe there are gears to be found.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Now, I said in the first game that Lee Cox played today that he looks like he's had a fight with Superman or even Spider-Man. But if you look at his signature on his shirt, it looks like he's had a fight with Zorro.
140.
It's not to say I don't like his dart shirt. I really do like it. Not to mention the fact I really like Lee. He's
96.
just a superb guy to talk to. I had a lovely chat with him on the way in this morning, walking through the very brisk air that is surrounding the
58.
Online Darts Live League studio and the surrounding areas. Everybody's got their winter coats on these days. And some of the players in this group,
39.
this is positively summer-like. I know it gets really cold in Poland this time of year, and especially in Canada. I'm sure in the northern states in America,
28.
where Dan Lauby's from, it gets pretty cold there too. And judging by some of the American football fields over the last couple of weeks, it's getting pretty winter-like in North America. And for all of our viewers of the Online Darts Live League, I hope you're all safe and well because of that silly Storm Arwen that hit us over the last few days. So I hope you're all okay and your
45.
loved ones are too. And I hope you're looking forward to a very nice festive season. And it will be a festive feel to Champions Week next week when Chris Mason takes the chair
100.
and closes out the Online Darts Live League for the season. But I'll be here today, tomorrow and on Wednesday. And then for the final half of this week, you'll have Chris
85.
Murphy back
Sebastian Steyer,
for Thursday, Friday and
151.
Saturday. The Dream, as he is christened on his shirt and flights, will be hoping that this is a dream start to this match. And it will be a dream break of throw if he finds 19 and double 16. That one just caressed the flight on the way through and took it off its intended path. The double 12 is not found by Lee Cox.
51.
He bends the wire
Sebastian,
by hitting the single and offers the pole one more chance to break in 7 visits. And that's what he finds. A 20 darter is good enough to break in leg 1. So the standard that we saw from the Lee Cox match in match 3, that continues, but maybe now is the time to kick in if possible.
Second leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
There's so much in the way of darts being played at the minute. People hot-footing it from different locations, to here, to there, to everywhere. Everybody's got their challenges, and isn't it great that there's so much in the way of darts being played
41.
at so many different levels? Ladies darts, youth darts. At one point there were events going on all around Europe and all around the world, and we didn't know which one to watch at the same time. Isn't it great that the Online Darts Live League is available via YouTube and via the streaming
83.
services of your favourite bookmaker, and you can take us anywhere you go if you've got a smart device. That's one of the glorious things about the 21st century. Technology
180.
Will allow you to watch the second 180 of the day via a smartphone, getting the X1 bus from Blythe to Newcastle.
134.
If you do miss any of the games today, don't forget that it will be posted online
95.
via the Online Darts YouTube channel, and you can watch it in its entirety afterwards. That's usually where the players go back and watch their performances and see what I'm saying about them.
22.
I assure you guys, I say nothing but positive things. Even the time when I said Lee Cox looked like someone from The Only Way is Essex. Because I haven't lived that one down yet. It is true, though, I've never seen Lee Cox with a hair out of place.
96. Lee, you require 60.
It's a brilliant barnet. Double 18 is the choice.
48. Sebastian, you require 120.
This is one of those finishes where you want to get the bullseye first. And that single 17 does not leave a number which he can convert into. I assure you, Sebastian Steyer is not conversing with our referee about haircuts. He was asking, what have I got left?
No score.
We know that Lee Cox has got 18 left. That's not the first time today he's missed a single. Steyer doubles his lead. This is much better on the outer ring from Steyer, who had a few problems on the outer ring in his first game, but less problems here as he reaches the halfway point.
Third leg leader throw first. Game on.
We are racing towards 1/3 of our action for today being completed.
42.
15 matches in total, and this is match 5. There is the first 180 of the day for Sebastian Steyer. So people are getting in on the act now. It's the first game of the day where we've seen 180s from more than one
45.
player. In fact, before this, we only had the one from Thibault Tricole in the game against Sebastian Steyer.
60.
It's at this juncture which is good for me to talk about Polish darts because it's never been stronger.
100.
It's not just about Krzysztof Ratajski, their big talisman player. He is the godfather of Polish darts. Sebastian and
41.
some others really are starting to make headway. It's not just Sebastian Steyer, it's Sebastian Bielecki as well, who played yesterday in the World Youth Championship. A very fine talent.
140.
Don't forget about Titus Karnik and Krzysztof Kachuk as well. I think it's only a matter of time before we are forced
68.
to take the European Tour to Poland. I personally think it should be done in 2023. It's the right time.
134.
And that is definitely the right time for a 134. Again.
82. Lee, you require 40.
He's had 4 darts at a double in this contest, and the 5th is successful to give himself his first leg of this contest. He's had a few mishaps in the game so far, but this is a good time to start fighting back.
Both like Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He doesn't want to let Sebastian get to 3 legs and have a double leg cushion.
140.
It's not the biggest quality contest. Both of them are averaging 80. But it's on a knife edge. You can sense that improvement is coming.
180.
And improvement comes in the shape of a second 180 of this contest for Lee Cox. A If you think Sebastian Steyer is coming out of the clear blue sky, then think again. He is someone who has graced the semi-final of
58.
the BDO World Trophy before. That was a couple of years ago. That was a tournament that was won by Jim Williams.
98.
He will be part of this week. He's coming through in Group B. We'll play it on Thursday and Friday night alongside Neil Duff. I'm really looking forward to seeing Duffman is back at the Live League. And one of these days, Neil Duff is going to listen to me and wear a belt with some fake beer cans on it. And stroll onto an hockey with his hands on his hips. Now that will make my day. And it will definitely make my friend Ian Danta's day, who is a very good colleague of mine at
81.
a national radio station and is a huge Simpsons fan. Is Sebastian a fan of Treble 18? Not on this occasion.
57. Lee, you require 95.
Is it the bull? It is the bull. Is it double 16?
63.
It isn't.
Sebastian, you require 40.
Double S, Sebastian Steyer. Double 10. Such an intense look on his face when he's going for those doubles. Very reminiscent of Krzysztof Ratajski. But Lee can consider himself very fortunate to have these shots at double 16. He's getting closer.
No score.
But not close enough.
Sebastian, you require 20.
It's amazing how many dart players look at the double and look and look and look. The more you look at it, it's not going to get any closer. Oh boy, this is... How does he hit this? He's got maybe 10% to aim at.
No score. Lee, you require 32.
Second down and 32. Needs to complete the pass to the green. Now the red receiver.
16.
And it's
Sebastian,
incomplete.
You require 20.
So he turns it over to Sebastian to try and convert the 20. Just keeps kissing that outside wire. And he does it again. Well, he hasn't really got the top of the bed to aim for. But he tried to sneak it through the 2.
16.
And it didn't work. 3 caressing the outside wire. And Lee Cox comes in for double 8 and is very, very fortunate to come through that leg in 22 darts. Because you don't see many 8 visit breaks of throw, but a lot of good darts at double 10, but not good enough for Steyer.
Game on.
That will frustrate the man from Poland, but there's one thing I know about Polish dart players. They don't show frustration a lot. They play the game of darts like the game of poker. They don't show their feelings unless they absolutely have to.
100. $140.
It could be a nightmare start in the end. After a dream start in this game, after being 2-0 up, he's been pegged back.
95.
And of course, he lost in his first game, so he doesn't want to start with 2 losses. Whereas Lee Cox could, like Matt Campbell, start with 2 straight wins. And he could do so without playing well. Boy, 60. I wish Newcastle United could do that. But how long has Lee Cox been called Crafty Coxie? That's a new addition to the dart shirt.
You require 160.
I didn't know that was his nickname. Maybe homage to the great Eric Bristow.
96.
There's a lot of nickname mimicry going on right now, which I am on the fence about. Of course, there is a dream flavoured nickname in the world of darts, the Dream Maker, Dimitri Vandenberg, former champion of the world match play. But who's going to champion this game? Lee Cox at double 16.
36.
And Steyer, who left 159 after 12, silly boy, has now got 38 left and chooses to split it. That wasn't the plan, but it could work out. And again, just on the wire.
32.
He does show a little bit of gesticulation there. Double 4.
28. Sebastian
These are
28.
big chances being missed. He's had the lead by 1 leg to 0 and 2 legs to 0.
21.
But it looks very unlikely he's going to be 3-2 up. Desmond, 2 2s.
No score.
And he's going to be left very mad by not hitting double 1. Very similar to the last leg, where Lee Cox broke in 23 darts.
5. Lee Uruguay 4.
And they've both been left very mad. Got to give it a go. And double 1 is found, and somehow he holds in 27 darts. It's not a classic game by any means, but if someone's going to kick on from here, it's games like this you've got to navigate.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on. 25.
See, this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand. Even though Sebastian is a very, very good player, and Lee, of course, is a very good player, sometimes it's all on the day. You might not be feeling 100%. You might feel a little tired.
96.
Might be feeling a little chilly after a morning stroll around the winter streets. This is where you've got to grit your teeth. And look what Lee did just there. He just grimaced a little bit as if to say, come on, get amongst it. See if you can win this one. You got to put your chin down and just go for it. And believe in yourself.
140.
You got to massage your inner Peter Wright here. You got to somehow just get the job done.
24.
Look on the bright side, Lee. You're still 43 ahead.
100.
It's a good turn from Sebastian Steyer. So he will have an opportunity to level things up with a first ton plus finish of the day.
55. Sebastian,
The highest finish we've had today actually is 82 from Lee Cox. That was in his previous game. And he will look to go 60 better than that to finish this contest.
100. Lee Uruguay 142.
Now we'll go 17s here.
44. Sebastian Uruguay 40.
I'd rather leave 100 than 98. Double 10 was his nemesis earlier on. Doesn't have to worry about it now. He just checks where Lee Cox is.
30. Lee Uruguay 98.
It's very prevalent now because Lee does have a 2-darter to win the match. Double 19. A superb shot. And finishes the contest with a break of throw. So he remains undefeated, just like Matt Campbell. You can see that the averages reflect a very scrappy contest. But moving forward, it's all about points. So improvement needed in the standard, but improvement in points needed for Sebastian Steyer. As far as Dan Lauby is concerned, he finished with only 1 leg against Matt Campbell in his first match here. Can he improve in his second as he takes on Nathan Rafferty, who needs a really big improvement after an average under 70 in his first contest? One of Northern Ireland's best is now about to go up against the United States' very best. And it is an improvement that is needed by Nathan Rafferty. Can he do it in game number 2 against Dan Lauby? Two young lads going up against each other here. Terre Haute, Indiana is the home of Dan Lauby Jr. and Dan Lauby Sr. Because his dad was very good too.
Looks like it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
But judging by the performance level of his father compared to what he has done
99.
the last 2 or 3 years, I think it's fair to say that Junior is better than Senior. And that's not a foreign concept
137.
in the world of darts, because everybody knows the name Chris Dolby.
108.
And most people know about his father being pretty decent as well as Chris's Uncle Arthur. So it's a pretty hard act to follow when your dad is a very good player.
92.
But make no mistake, we are very excited about Dan Lauby's future. I know there's a lot of people out there who think that Danny Baggish is the best in America.
97. Dan, you require 130.
You might be right. But Lauby is currently doing bits.
120. Nathan, you require
I really do think he
148.
might be the best in America. Anyway, it's not for me to say. He is the PDC North
100.
American
Dan, you
Tour
require
ranking
10.
champion. Is he 1-0 up? I think he thought that was in.
No
That
score.
one definitely isn't.
Nathan, you
And
require
Nathan Rafferty
48.
is very fortunate to be coming back for this 48. Open bed, That double 16 was partially blocked.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
double 8
first
is
leg.
found. That's a superb shot from
Rafferty.
Nathan. Will give him a lot of confidence because in his first game he did not play well, but he's had a bit of time off to fix
Second
things.
leg Nathan to throw first. Game on.
One thing he has done is change his flights. He's gone from a black set to a white set.
140.
You do see that from some players when they come into a new atmosphere.
83.
And this is a fairly... It's not a dark room, but it's got a lot of dark walls around it. Some players like to see the flights
100.
as opposed to not seeing them. So maybe today is a white flight day.
85.
I don't know if Nathan Rafferty has ever played Dan Lauby Jr. before, but
83.
our records reflect that they haven't played previously.
59.
But it's like playing Speedy Gonzalez sometimes.
60.
I'm sure Dan Lauby was very happy for Ryan Searle winning his way through to the final
56.
yesterday at the
Nathan Rugal,
Players' Championship finals,
118.
but he didn't like Ryan Searle last year when he beat him at the World Championship by the odd set.
80.
Just missed on double 19 for a second consecutive 15 darter for Nathan Rafferty, who is
55.
a
Nathan
very
Rugal,
different
38.
player in this game compared to the last one. That's costly
22.
in this visit, but not costly in the big picture because Dan has left himself on a bogey number.
97. Nathan, you require 16.
Still 2 8s. That one's tricky,
Game shot on the
but
second
not
leg.
tricky enough.
Nathan Rafferty.
I think the word tricky is very handy here because that was a tricky shot, trickily done by Nathan Rafferty, who's a bit of a magician, obviously.
Third leg down to throw first. Game on.
I've done a little bit of on-the-fly digging, and they have had one meeting, actually.
46.
Q School back in 2018, and it was won convincingly by Nathan Rafferty by 5 legs to 1.
44.
So that was almost 4 years ago. A lot has happened since then.
125.
I actually think that over the last 12 months,
100.
the action of Nathan Rafferty has improved. It used to be a lot more blasé. It used to be very
60.
flaily. His fundamentals are a lot better now. He's not moving his body as much as he used to.
96. 100.
But there's a lot to admire about the left-hander from Indiana.
97.
Doesn't mess
Daniel
around.
Carr, 170.
And it's very much straight back and forward. There's not a lot going on with this
Nathan
throw.
Carr, 164.
Very good start. His biggest finish in any match he's played
96. Daniel requires
here
70.
this year, Nathan Rafferty, is 167. Double top for Lauby.
60.
He's not going to give me
Nathan
much of a
requires
chance to say
68.
what's left. So, pardon me if I pause sometimes when he's on a shot. But it is double top for Rafferty.
48. Daniel requires 10.
Double two.
8. Nathan
Just
requires
messing
20.
around on the outer ring. Hasn't quite found his A range in this match so far.
Game
And
shot on the
Rafferty
third
finds
leg.
the bottom
Nathan
portion of double
Rafferty.
10. It's a great response after a horrible, horrible start on Monday morning. He's 3-0 up against the fancied Lauby.
Fourth leg Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Now, if you are choosing to have a little flutter today, that is entirely your choice, but please do so in a responsible
59.
manner. Remember, it is for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. We have had
137.
a few people asking me over the weekend, oh, why don't you get Sebastian Bieletsky to play here? Well, we couldn't because
96.
he's not 18 years of age until next week. So we may have to wait to see the young Paul, a great young superstar in the making, potentially. But very much like Keane Barry last year,
58.
we had to wait until his 18th birthday to debut him. And he's obviously gone on to the PDC Tour now.
100.
And I'm sure Sebastian Bieletsky is thinking, I hope I'm not playing in the live league next year, because if he's not, he's on tour.
100. Dan, you require 124.
Better scoring leg here from Dan.
75.
Boy, did he throw that third dart quickly. A lot of people thinking that Vincent van der Voort is the fastest player in the world. He's nowhere near as quick as this
41.
lad.
Dan, you require 49.
Not even close. Tops.
Game
Brilliant.
shot on the fourth leg. Dan Lauby.
Just like watching some of the most exciting dart players in the world. It just looks more exciting when it's quicker. It's almost as if that double top went in before the 9 had actually hit the bed.
100.
If I tried to play this quick, I'd be even worse than I currently am.
140.
It's got to have something to do with the fact that he's a drummer.
100.
If he's this quick at darts, how good are his drum solos? He is a very intelligent fella, is Dan Lauby.
58.
I'm sure he would definitely embellish anybody's quiz team.
140.
You can see the musical notes on that dart shirt of Dan's, paying homage to, I'm sure,
127. Dan, you
what is
require
his
161.
maybe his biggest love in the world, which is music. Now, he really should use the bullseye here,
57.
but decides not to. That's an interesting play.
Dan, you require
Rafferty had dreams of leaving double 18 from 176. Well, I don't know if that's the right play either. So are we seeing some tactical weakness in the
56.
Lauby game?
Nathan, you require 116.
60 for double 18. Just over pitches it.
60. Dan, you require 48.
8 for tops.
Game shot
Starting to find that double top, isn't he? So don't leave him on those small numbers. That is the message to all of the opponents in Group A. When he starts finding tops, you are in trouble.
6 leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
But this is the leg where Nathan is favourite to win the match. He's got the start.
40.
But he hasn't got the look. Consequently, that was not a hit for Roxette back in the 90s.
60.
Because apparently it was he's got the look. Just a small joke for you on a Monday morning if you're feeling a bit blue.
57.
Well, for everybody who is tuning in today, whether you're at work, whether you're having a much needed day off, we really do value your company as and when you can join us. But that is a glorious 171 from Nathan Rafferty. Very well received.
60.
If he can find another 2 trebles here, he's on easy street.
60.
Comes up short, and Lauby's not out of this game yet.
100. Nathan Rukar, 134.
Might stay there. and does so. That leaves 66. That has not worked out exactly how he really wanted to do. I think the bullseye idea to leave double 8 there. I can see why, but with his opponent well back, I don't know if it was the right player, but let's find out if he can do double 16.
46. Dan, you require
2 darts at double for the match in this leg instead of 3, and he's not able to get across the line. So Lauby 164 to survive. .85 left.
94. Nathan requires 16.
See the somewhat languid mood of Lauby as he has now lost the game by 4 legs to 2. That'll be a huge confidence boost for Nathan Rafferty after a really poor first game. He's played much better there. I know it's still an average under 80, but that's a huge improvement on what he did previously. So he gets his first win. Lauby has to wait for his first win, but now 2 rounds are up in today's play. We go into round 3. I'm going to get a little bit more of Thibault Tricole in the next match. Can we see a win from him, or will he revert back to type in his second game where he did find a loss? More of him coming straight up. Hello and welcome back for round 3 of our matches here today. It's been really interesting so far as we have 2 players who are undefeated. One of them is playing in this match here against Thibault Tricole in the shape of Lee Cox. Now Lee would tell you that he is cock-a-hoop being second in the table right now, considering how he's played today. He has not played his best stuff.
Game on.
But to be undefeated after 2 matches, that is the main objective.
41.
Thibault's found himself 1 win from 2, so no panic stations yet. But no win for Dan Lauby. And no win for Sebastian Steyer as of yet, so recovery work needed from those guys. And one of them is definitely going to get a win in round 3 because they're playing each other next.
121.
We'll get that in game number 9. And then after this one, we've got Matt Campbell up against Nathan Rafferty. So, will it be 3 wins from 3 for Lee?
96.
Will it be 3 wins from 3 for Matt? Because in game 10, to start round 4, they will go head to head. And it could well be with both of them undefeated. Now, this is not the only darts going on currently.
85.
We are privy to information about the PDC Last Chance Qualifier in Barnsley, which apparently
177.
sees itself covered in snow this morning. Maybe a sign of things to come for the UK, but Ted Everts, by winning the World Youth Championship last night,
85. Thibault Tricole 22.
has given that field 3 places to come through that World Championship qualifier.
18.
Thibault fields in leg 1 to take it in 15. Does Lee have a haymaker?
97.
I think he thinks
Thibault
the leg is
Tricole
over,
4.
just flailing at that 60 with the last dart.
No
Thibault does
score.
not take
Lee
advantage of those
54.
somewhat forgiving darts at the end of the last visit from Lee. Double 10.
Game shot on the first
There is a
leg.
classy finish.
Leacock.
And an 18 darter is good enough to break the Frenchman's throw in the first leg of this contest. Yeah, very
Second leg
tidy on the
leader throw
doubles
first.
from Lee
Game
Cox.
on.
You couldn't really say that about his performance in the last game against Sebastian Steyer, because only
100.
16%. But it was still good enough. All you got to do is beat the person in front of you. His doubles in his first game against Nathan Rafferty were much better.
100.
44%. Yes, but that World Championship qualifier in Barnsley, there were at first
60.
2 spots available for that field today. There are now 3 because Ted Everts winning the World Youth
55.
has freed up a spot. So the draw has been made. Some of the higher ranked players in the world who have not made their way there have got byes in the
81.
first round. The likes of Jeffrey Desvaughn, John Henderson, Steve West. They've all got byes. But there are some interesting
100.
matches on those boards in the draw. Scott Waits against Neil Zonneveld is a particularly strong game. Max Hopp is up against Gordon Mathers.
100.
Mikhail Unterbuchner against Mark McGeaney. I would say right here, right now, that I think Mikhail Unterbuchner is a very good pick.
60. Lee Tricole 160.
Six starts from 160 to double the lead.
100.
To keep a very good day going points-wise.
60. Lee Tricole 60.
This start was always going to be in the way,
Game
but you
shot
wouldn't
on the
think
second
so,
leg.
because
Leacock.
that 17 darter from Lee Cox was very much a textbook shot, 20 for tops, and he didn't have to move. Just sailed it straight over the top and a 2-0
Third leg,
lead.
Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Looking at some of the other games in that qualifier up in Barnsley.
100.
Boris Krutschma against John Brown. I didn't even know that Boris Krutschma hadn't qualified.
125.
Trust me, if I was playing against Boris Krutschma, I wouldn't even have the audacity to ask him how he didn't. He's that big.
60.
And one of the other favourites, maybe, outside of the top seeds, Andy Bolton, who had a very good display in the Players' Championship at the weekend by
85.
beating Joe Cullen. He's up against Josh Payne. And 2 guys on board number 2 up in Barnsley. Karel Sedlacek and Mike De Decker have played some good stuff lately,
95.
but haven't done enough to get to Ali Pali yet. The objective of this week for these players is to make it to next week.
100.
But they can't get to next week unless they get to Saturday night. Because if you get to Saturday night, you have to be in the top 3, and then you can play for the big bucks
46.
next week. So in the case of Matt Campbell and Dan Lauby, who have made the very large journey across the pond,
140.
they don't have to wait until Alexandra Palace to play for some decent cash, because they're already playing for it here.
60. Lee Tricole 51.
Can he keep this really good finishing going? He's 67% so far.
Game shot
And
in the
it's
third
just
leg.
as good.
Leacock.
It's 1 from 2 in this leg, so 3-0. And he is making Thibault Tricole feel very, very painful.
Fourth leg leader throw first. Game on.
You see in the background, hands on hips. He's wondering what he's got to do.
134.
Well, the average for him for the day is around the 80 mark.
97.
But this game here from Lee is the best we've seen from anybody so far. Averaging 90, 60% on the doubles. That's a good formula for success here at the Live League. But we have seen players raise the bar.
180.
That's raising the bar. That's the first 180 of the contest. But if you look back at week 2 when Connor Scott was playing,
90.
oh yeah, he will go into Champions Week next week as the favourite for me. I know Brian Roman is the WDF world #1, but for me, Connor Scott right now is playing the best of anybody
100.
who was left in Champions Week. He averaged over 95 for the week. He hit a ridiculous
60.
amount of 180s.
Thibault Tricole 124.
Personal best averages, and he's going to take some toppling. Funnily enough, looking at social
60.
media over the last few days, there's a lot of people tipping Connor Scott for the Lakeside title.
134. Thibault Tricole
Now,
64.
Thibault needs this, otherwise he's going to lose. Well, he hasn't lost yet. That is a
Thibault
brilliant
Tricole.
14 darter from Double T. You couldn't ask for better. Superbly done to keep himself in the match.
Game on.
And you just don't know how important that could be as well when it comes to leg
60.
difference come Wednesday. If we can't separate the players on points, we look at leg difference. After that, we can look at legs 1, and even the head-to-head record between the players on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday can be looked at some point. Oh, hold on, what's happening here? Back-to-back 180s. Back to back to almost back. This is the best leg we've seen so far today. And just when Lee Cox thinks, do you know what, I'm putting in a burst here to finish this thing off, he's thinking, go away, Thibault. Leave me alone. But what a leg from Lee Cox.
Thibault Tricole 121.
Very crafty from Coxie. He can still be denied, though. On the bullseye. Oh,
96.
he nearly was as well.
Thibault Tricole 36.
And he's in for a 10 darter. Beautifully done by Lee Cox. Even Thibault in a 4-1 defeat has to bow to that incredible last leg from Lee Cox. A best performance of the day by any player, and he remains undefeated. He might have skirted his luck in his first 2 games, but not there. That was a smashing performance from the man from Crawley. 98.6 and 67% on the doubles. That will really boost his confidence ahead of playing against Matt Campbell in round number 4. As far as Matt Campbell is concerned, he's up against Nathan Rafferty. He's next, and he's just picked up his first win of the day. After that performance from Lee Cox, you would have to say that it's time for the players to warm up slightly. But so far in this day of darts, it has been Matt Campbell who has been at the top of the table most of the time. He's not anymore. He's the chaser. He's in second position now. Nathan Rafferty has got himself a settler by picking up a win against Dan Lauby by 4-2 in match 6. But now he goes up against the other competitor from North America. And this one could be a stiffer test than he had a couple of games ago. But there you see Matt Campbell on 4 points. And if he wins by 4-2 or better, he will return to the top of the table. He has been the steadiest of the players today so far. He may not have the best performance of the day right now because we've just seen that from Lee.
100.
But in most Group A's, we do see a little bit of tentative darting, a few missed doubles. But when you get to this stage where you're playing your third game, you're very much in tune with your game. You know what you're doing. You feel warmed up and mentally ready. So, Lee's just had a 98 average, so come on in, guys. 44. Let's start seeing some proper darts. I had an interesting tweet from Dan Thorne, someone who does follow me on social media. And he comes up with the odd funny comment. He said, to me, you said it's not a great game. I don't know which game he's referring to. I think it was possibly the Lee Cox, Nathan Rafferty game, but he said it's games like these that are great viewing and humorous when they keep missing. Well, they don't feel that way, Dan. Trust me.
86.
When you keep missing, you get that empty feeling in your heart and your stomach, and it's horrible.
140. Matt, you require 40.
But I don't think Matt's going to feel very empty in a second. He's been good on top so far today. And he is again.
Matt Campbell.
So things really are starting to turn. We had a 10 darter to finish up the last match, and this is a 13 darter. So Matt Campbell and Lee Cox, the favourites to win the group at this stage,
Game on.
seem to be finding a very high level. Matt in the background there, hands behind his back, standing there like a security guard. I'll tell you what, if he was a security guard, I'd just do what he says.
100.
I know that Canadians are incredibly friendly, maybe the friendliest people on earth, but I wouldn't want to run into Matt at pace.
140.
It's one of my favourite places that I've ever played darts, actually, Canada.
92.
Some amazingly friendly people. I've played in Nova Scotia, in New Brunswick, in Prince Edward Island, lots in Ontario.
100.
The home of Matt Campbell. And that was where I started my Canadian adventures back in 2009, playing at the Hilton Hotel in London, Ontario, where
80.
I met some incredible friends, and are friends to this day.
$59.
What kind of pressure can Matt put on that 62? A decent amount.
62.
It's double 16. And it is double 16.
Nathan Rafferty.
Superb answer from Nathan Rafferty. Just for a second, you're thinking, there's an opportunity here for Matt Campbell to walk away with this game. But Rafferty has other ideas.
$99.
I'm reliably informed that John Part is going to be playing some darts next year, as well as being a pundit for a very well-known satellite sports channel. But you would have to admit that the best two players in Canada right now are going to grace the tour next year, and that is Matt Campbell and Jeff Smith. There have been some other players who have tried, but they haven't done what Jeff has done, and that's retain his card after 2 years on tour. That is something that isn't easy to do.
$140, Matt, you require 142.
Might go 17s here. And another one of those would be handy. And that leaves 82.
85. Nathan, you require 154.
This would hurt. Might stay there. Double 17. And he got a nod from Campbell. As soon as the dart hit the bottom portion of the 60, Campbell nodded. Watch this. He's nodding. He's thinking he's hitting it, and he was right. Biggest finish of the day.
Game on.
This is why, when you have a disappointment, a big disappointment,
80.
and I am talking to myself as well when I say this, I'm trying to take my own advice. When you have a big hit in your career, and I mean that in a negative sense, you've lost something, the best thing is to get straight back on the board. It's like being a boxer. Yes, you have that couple of days off after getting
97.
Your noggin absolutely smashed in the ring, but the best thing is to get back into training and repair your mind and your body by doing what you love. Now, Nathan Rafferty,
60.
I'm sure that when he was making the journey from Minehead to here last night, late, in the dark, he was feeling
60.
pretty blue. But I assure you, him being here today is a blessing. It will be taking his mind off what happened yesterday and
60.
incrementally allowing him to move on to the next challenge. This is a healthy thing for him.
97.
And it will be good for him to be surrounded by positive people like Matt Campbell, like Lee Cox. They are fabulously positive individuals.
140. Nathan Ricard, 167.
He will prop his confidence up this week, even though they want to beat him.
100. Matt Ricard, 158.
Oh, could it be a touche shot? Or is Rafferty going to be the first person to defeat Matt Campbell today? He has not missed a double yet. Double 11.
45.
Now he has.
Matt, you require 96.
Double 18 for 2-2.
87.
That's
Nathan
a big miss.
22.
Huge opportunity after he hit the 60. Can Rafferty put him away in leg 4? Well, that's awkward.
11.
It was
Matt,
too awkward.
9.
Double 4. And this time, Nathan Rafferty is left scratching his head literally in the background. So Matt Campbell has dodged a bit of a bullet there. He should be 3-1 down, but we're now into best of 3 legs from here.
This leg, Matt, to throw first. Game on.
Hard to believe it's nearly December. Where has this year gone?
96.
Points this week, because I will be signing off from the Online Darts Live League for the year come Wednesday afternoon. I will be paying
58.
tribute to everybody who has played here this year, everybody who has donned the darting shirt, everybody who has graced
99.
the referee's mic, and everybody who has done their bit in the back room as well, and everybody who has sat in this seat. We've had
99.
some great commentators this year. Chris Mason's done an incredible amount of work for us. Chris Murphy's been a great addition. We've had Mark Webster. And for one solitary morning, we had George Noble as our commentator. And wasn't that a novel thing? To see the puppy on the mic in the commentary
96.
box.
Matt, you require 170. 58.
Should be 3-2 Campbell. But it might depend on what Rafferty does here.
140. Matt, you require 112.
He's sticking around like a limpet on the thigh of Campbell. But he's trying to get rid of that limpet.
80. Nathan,
He
you
hasn't
require
quite got rid of it yet.
108.
More like this. Double 18.
Game
Old school
shot of the
108.
Nathan
You don't
Rafferty.
see that from young guys much anymore. They're like 19s for the double 16, but not Nathan Rafferty, who gets his second ton plus out.
6 leg Nathan to throw first. Game
And
on.
both times hitting those ton plus outs to break Matt Campbell.
81.
That really is going to annoy Matt Campbell a lot. 248
93.
points from victory, and he finds it in 6 darts. But this is a ruthless game where you only have
55.
yourself to blame. And I'm not making up a limerick here, but he did have a shot at the 112.
58.
He's starting to put something together here, Rafferty.
140.
His first win of the day came with a 79.63 average. This is so much better than that. In fact, right now it's 94 and change.
137.
And this is Matt Campbell's best performance of the day. He's averaging 96. So these guys really have warmed up.
58.
This is the middle game of our schedule for the day, game number 8. From here on out,
57. Nathan, you
it
call
is a sprint to the finish
167.
of Monday.
Thirty-eight.
That one's a
Matt,
bit
you call
loose.
156.
You will not like that at all. But what he will like is the fact that he's got an
96.
opportunity at the
Nathan, you
129
call 129.
for 3 ton plus finishes in the same game. Double 18.
100.
This time it's a nod in the back
11.
from Campbell,
That
but he
requires
doesn't
60.
find it this time. Does Matt. Double top.
20.
That could be
Nathan,
curtains
you call
for
18.
Campbell's perfect day. Rafferty's got 1 dart left. And he's
No
not able to
score.
find
Matt,
it,
you
so
call
4 match
40.
darts for Rafferty have come and gone.
Game
And
shown on
Matt
the
Campbell
6
keeps
leg.
this one going,
Matt
so
Campbell.
he's not going to be defeated yet, and he does have an opportunity to serve it out. Can he do so in the last leg of the contest?
7th and final leg. Matt to throw first. Game on.
There's a lot made, you know, about travelling between
46.
venues for different darting tournaments, and Dan Lauby this morning said something very, very appropriate and made me feel a bit foolish. I said that I had a rather
139.
dicey drive between Minehead in Somerset and the Online Darts Live League last night. And he said to me, try flying 4,000 miles, and I thought, yeah, you win.
88.
Same sort of distance for Matt Campbell. Judging by where he lives in Ontario,
100.
he's probably flown in from Toronto, a city I know very well, and a city I adore. Oh, he will adore that. A superb maximum from Rafferty, his first of the contest. What a time to hit it. It's the last chance he had in the
66.
entire match to hit a
Nathan Require
maximum,
94.
and he found it. Double 8.
78.
So that's 5 match darts gone now. 1 at double 18, 3 at 9s, 1 at 8s.
59. Nathan, you require 16.
Is Matt Campbell's perfect record gone? Yes,
shot on the
because
match,
Nathan Rafferty has
Rafferty.
responded. And he has now the same amount of points as Matt Campbell after a disastrous first game. He has now found a 93 average performance with good enough on the doubles to defeat the Canadian and finally put himself in the reckoning for Monday's play. He's now a thorn in the side of everybody. He seems to have got his confidence back after a little bit of a wobble in game 1. When it comes to the next one, it's Lauby and Steyer, and neither have won so far, but one of them's about to. I bet you didn't think at some point this year we would have an American playing a pool here at the Online Darts Live League. But that is exactly what we got next. Steyer against Lauby right now. I bet they didn't expect to be coming into their third game of the day without a point. Well, based on the level of play that we've seen from these two, you maybe would have Dan Lauby as a slight favourite. But one of them is about to get themselves off and running. The other will remain without points going into round 4. You can see that Lee Cox is undefeated, 3 from 3.
Let's take Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
And these two would be very wise to do a Nathan Rafferty to forget what's happened before and to finally start playing properly, because he's now on 4 points from a possible 6 after a start that can only be described as horrifying.
81.
But one of the reasons why these guys are here, the likes of Lauby, the likes of Campbell, is that putting in this type of practice, competitive practice, I can say from experience, it is
16.
invaluable before you play a World Championship. I remember before my debut in 2008, as we get a first 180 from Dan, I pitched my tent in the small town of Littlehampton in West Sussex.
43.
Did an exhibition with Russell Stewart, who was at the World Championship with me for Australia. And I played competitively against people for up to 8 hours a day for about 2 weeks. I was exhausted. But then I gave myself a couple of days off before I played against Adrian Gray. And by the time I got there, I was unstoppable. So this experience this week for Lauby is going to be a good thing.
75.
I'm sure it's going to be a good thing for Campbell too. But maybe for Dan Lauby it's a bit more important, because he hasn't had the exposure to competitive nature darts that
40.
Matt Campbell has.
Game shot on the first
He starts
leg.
well.
Dan
14 dart break, and this is more like it from Dan Lauby. He could be one of those players this week who sets a record for the fastest game we've had.
Leg Dan to throw first. Game on.
If he's got a fast opponent and he can win by 4 legs to 0 against somebody,
80.
he could break the record. I don't have the exact record on me, but I know it's a shade over 6, maybe a shade under 6 minutes. I think it was Chaz Barstow against Kevin Burness off the top
100.
of my head. But most of the fastest games we've had have belonged to Connor Scott. He seems to have
140.
that record at the forefront of his thoughts, and he wants that record. He's been seen to sprint around this hockey sometimes.
100.
How about this for a hypothetical situation next week? How about Dan Lauby against Connor Scott
58.
in a fast-paced match? Yeah, I wouldn't mind saying that.
$96.
We have seen players really struggle in Group A as well, not picking up much
59.
in the way of points. I know Aaron Turner, who has qualified for the WDF World Championship, and many congratulations to Aaron for that. But he struggled when he was here.
99.
But he's
Daniel
gone
Carr,
on,
164.
and he has found himself some success. So all the very best to Aaron when he goes to the Lakeside, which is not that far from where he lives,
60.
actually.
Sebastian Steyer, 106.
His wife Laura has qualified too, so many congratulations to Laura Turner. Dan Lauby's got a chance to double his lead
98.
on 104.
Daniel Carr, 104.
And this was a big checkout yesterday from Ryan Searle. It got him into the semi-finals. $72 left.
44. Sebastian require 8.
Double 4, and Sebastian will be on the board.
Game shot on the second leg.
That he is.
Steyer.
A very fine find. He's had not much to cheer about today, but I suppose the pattern of his play has been too many missed doubles, and not the case there.
I'd like Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He had a nightmare on double 10 in a previous match where he kept finding just the wrong side of the outside wire. It's a very pushy motion.
100.
You look at that follow through. It's as if he's trying to score a 3-pointer on the basketball court, maybe for the Indiana Pacers, which I'm sure is probably the team
100.
of Dan Lauby. It's always good to see somebody who supports their
100.
local team. Sometimes you have to dig a little deeper.
40.
I wonder who Sebastian's teams are. Is he a fan of Legia Warsaw or somebody like that? We'll have to find out.
58.
I don't know how good his English is, but I can tell you my Polish is awful. I know one word. And it's the only word I use when I see Krzysztof
140.
Ratajski win a title. It's gratulacje, which means congratulations. That's it. That's all I know.
60.
I should learn to say hello, really. It's kind of rude that I don't know that.
57.
But there aren't many dart players who are bilingual, who are from the UK or maybe Australia or America. I don't know what Dan's language skills are like. Maybe he knows a bit of Spanish or maybe a bit of French.
140. Daniel Carr, 164.
He knows the language of music and he knows the language of the dart. He doesn't like that second one.
136.
Might find himself 2-1 down now.
Carr, 43.
I'd like to say that's a safe 11, but it wasn't.
Game
But that's a
shot on the
very
third
good
leg.
double 16.
Sebastian Steyer.
So if he was going to make one thing better in this match, it was the doubles. And so far, so good.
Fourth leg Dan to throw first. Game on. 45.
The average needs a bit of work, but let's face facts. He's 2-1 up. And what's gone before doesn't matter. It's what he does from here that counts. But 2 from 2 on the
60.
doubles. That is definitely something to cheer about. What's really odd about this game is that Lauby's averaging 90.
140.
Somewhat 14 points more than his opponent. And he's losing.
81. 92.
There's a somewhat miffed look on the face of Dan Lauby here, as if to say, I am not happy about the fact I'm behind again.
43.
Nobody wants to be that person at the foot of the table after 3 rounds of play. This is the last game of round 3. We will start round 4 with Lee Cox
100.
against Matt Campbell. And they are the 2 strongest players in the table to date. I tell you, it was really strong in Group A last week. That was Jose Justicia.
100. Daniel Carr, 124.
He was very good, wasn't he? Superb doubling from him. Dan doesn't have to go treble 18 here, but going there anyway is probably a good play.
80.
The only thing he's done wrong there is missed the single 10. Everything else I thought was spot on. Going for the bullseye is the wrong thing to do.
95.
Even if he hadn't
Daniel
got the
Carr,
treble 18
44.
and he just hit the single, he then has a shot at the treble to lead double 16.
Game
But he
shot on
fixes the
fourth leg.
situation very,
Dan
very
Lauby.
well. I think he's quite a resolute player, is Dan Lauby. He has been trodden on a little bit today so far, but is fighting back quite well.
Like Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
This dart that Sebastian Steyer is using is a bit odd.
60.
Kind of resembles an old canister that they'd use for transporting milk.
60.
Just stick a handle on it and it looks like one of those metallic milk canisters that they used to carry around in the old 19th century. That scallop is in a very
100.
odd place. Obviously, with dart design, scallops or little waves that you can see towards the
80.
stem joint are put in for thumb position or inside finger position. It's to make sure that he's got his thumb and forefinger in the same position every time on the dart.
24.
It's not working very well so far today, but that scallop on the dart will make sure that the dart is very front heavy.
43.
We've seen from Mervyn King over the last 12 months that putting grooves within the scallop can actually help traction. So maybe that's something that Sebastian could think about with his design in future to give himself a bit more consistency as he does a little bit of Alan Norris calisthenics in the background.
134.
A very much standard design there from Dan on his dart, pencil-like. A little bit of standard grippage and a little bit of shading on the design. It's a very attractive looking barrel.
67.
Here's another one of those players using the moulded flight.
60.
And a translucent stem. It's a very popular look for players from North America. They love a moulded flight.
85. Daniel require 124.
Treble 18 this time. And if he'd got it this time, he was definitely going for the bullseye. He's got 86 left and a blocked bed.
56. Sebastian require 110.
Wouldn't have been surprised if he'd gone for the bullseye with the last dart. Neither can find the treble 18 and dart 2 to set up a leg-winning double. But you'd be surprised if Dan doesn't get a shot at double here. 53. Tops.
Game shot on the
preferred double for him, and he does find it. So 3-2 up, and he has a really good chance of snapping this winless streak to find a win in round 3.
Looks like a standard throw first. Game on. $99.
You may ask that some of these players coming into the Online Darts Live League today, do they have experience of round-robin play? Well, it's a lot more common than you think. You go to some tournaments around Europe and around the world. One of the ways that these organisers of tournaments can keep people in the building longer to make money from refreshments or anything like that is to make sure that they have a round-robin element to their tournaments. I know this from playing in New Zealand and in Australia.
81.
You usually find it's round-robin to start. A couple of people will progress from a group.
58.
And then you'll have a knockout element after that. And I think it's the right way to have a tournament. It is, of course, the old way of having a PDC World Championship.
60.
You might be watching this as a young person and thinking the Worlds was always just knockout. Well, that's not the case. Back in the early days of the PDC World Championship, it was round-robin first. It had a group phase. Very similar to what we have in the Grand Slam now.
40.
Dan Lauby is very close to victory. He's got the better average by some distance. He's got decent doubling in this match of 60%. What does that leave? Well, 8 leaves 56, 32 leaves 24.
52.
I think everything just got a bit confused there. And Lauby's lucky that he's coming back with at least 3 darts to finish the job.
40. Daniel require 12.
To finish round 3 with a win and to get himself on the board. Double 3. And he finds a win, so he can now breathe out and find some of the weight disappearing from his shoulders, because 84.99 and 44% on the doubles. It's a steady display, but it's something to build on. As far as Sebastian Steyer is concerned, he's not having a good time of it on Monday, but maybe the pressure's off him now, and people can just stop talking about him being one of the favourites for the group. But going forward, round 4, it's Matt Campbell against Lee Cox. 2 of the best players from today, and one of them's going to pick up another 2 points, that's for sure. 100% on the doubles for Sebastian Steyer in the last match, but he only got 2 shots. You have to give yourself at least 4. Who will get that opportunity in this game? Because Lee Cox is now trying to get 4 from 4 against Matt Campbell. Strong position for Lee. And all the chatter today has been about everybody else. About Rafferty getting to the World Youth Final. About Campbell from Canada. About Lauby from the States. And the Europeans, Tricole and Steyer. But Lee Cox, the most experienced player here, is showing what experience can do. It is experience that Matt Campbell has in spades away from this hockey. But he has looked about as comfortable as anybody so far this morning. And, of course, now that we're into the afternoon, this afternoon, I just keep looking at the left arm of Lee Cox.
60.
There's something very busy going on there, and I just don't know where his dart shirt finishes and his arm begins.
60.
You don't see many dart players without a tattoo these days. And I wouldn't know anything about that because I've got a few myself.
55.
But if Lee Cox is tattooing his name into Saturday night, he will be very, very pleased.
60.
And make no mistake, he wants to play next week. You could say that the grand prize at the end of the week of £2,000 would be good for the expenses of people going to World Championships over the next 6 to 8 weeks.
100.
But what would an extra £2,000 this week and possibly an extra £6,000 next week do for the career of Lee Cox?
100.
That would give him more than enough money to expense the tour next year. Providing, of course, he comes through Q School. And why wouldn't he? Hello, 32.
Game shot on the first
Goodbye, 146. Splendid finish there from Lee. And a bit of a message sent to the Ginger Ninja. Hello, Ginger. Leg one's mine. That's the message. Second biggest finish of the day after Nathan Rafferty's 154, which was hit against Matt Campbell. So what has Matt Campbell done to these lads?
100.
Why are they hitting the big finishes against him? Because 3-ton plus finishes today have been hit. All 3 of them have been hit against Matt Campbell. 146, 154, and 108.
100.
But on the flip side, Matt gets himself a maximum in his last visit, so he's made of stern stuff.
44.
I've got a really good story to tell you about a young Canadian dart player that I know in the next leg. And she might be watching.
140.
I hope she is.
It's
a really good story. About nicknames, in fact. Oh, I really wanted him to get the 154. Just to get a big one for himself.
161.
I was just about to say he couldn't possibly compound the pain with a bigger one, could he?
65.
Not on this occasion, anyway. Double top for Matt Campbell. 2 well-thrown darts, but neither find the target. And Lee Cox now is looking at double 18. What's going on with the finishing against Matt Campbell? It's not just the ton-plus finishes, but now it's the 2 dart combinations for 2-0. And Lee Cox is swimming in a pool of confidence right now. Okay, so let's talk about nicknames, because some 55. Nicknames you inherit, some nicknames you are born with, maybe they're worth it, but some nicknames just come around, don't they?
100.
I don't know how long he's been known as the Crafty Coxie or Crafty Coxie, or how long Matt Campbell has been known by
100.
Ginger Ninja. I think they're two pretty good nicknames. But one of my favourites is a young lady in Canada called Emily Alford.
100.
She's from Nova Scotia, fine young lady. And I first met her at an exhibition in Nova Scotia a couple of years ago, and she got herself a nickname
120.
after a very unfortunate incident the night of my exhibition in Nova Scotia, where the dartboard fell off the wall after she'd thrown 3 darts at it. It obviously hadn't been attached
140.
properly. So at that point, everybody started calling her Emily Off the Wall Alford. And I think that's a ridiculously good
140. Matt, you
nickname.
require 161.
So when you're thinking about a darts nickname,
61. Lee, you require 86.
get creative. Double 16. Finishing
Showing the third leg.
masterclass.
Lee Cox.
That's all you can say about this so far. He is seeing finishes and getting them done with zero hesitation. This is
Flag Matt to throw
a
first.
display. Lee's got to be thinking right now, this is good, isn't it? 146,
93.
96, and 86. So what finish with a 6 on the end can he finish with? There is a look on the face of Matt
100.
Campbell right now as if to say, are you kidding me?
One 140.
It is a very good performance overall. The average is
99.
really good too. 104. Now, Matt's been really consistent today. Averaged 85 in his first win,
42.
81 in his next win. But then his best average of the day of 89.69 came in defeat to Nathan Rafferty.
81.
He's up that again to 92.8, but he's losing 3-0. And I've been racking my brains all
42.
morning because Matt Campbell reminds me of somebody you know. And sometimes it just comes to you, just like that. And everybody knows I'm a fan of wrestling. But he reminds me a little bit of a slightly more well-fed Sami Zayn.
92.
He's got a bit of the Sheamuses about him as well. And I mean that in a
64.
very nice sense.
Lee Car 129.
But can he do a 129 as well? Oh boy. Bull. He's missed one.
82. Matt, you
I
require
think Matt Campbell
120.
can sense the relief. He's given me a chance. Tops. Oh, they're
He's
both at
showing
it.
the fourth leg.
Wow.
Matt Campbell.
What a finish from Matt Campbell. This is finishing from heaven in this game.
Fifth leg leader throw first. Game on.
If they keep finishing like this, I'm going to run out of paper.
140.
We've seen some pretty dodgy stuff in the early exchanges today, and that is very
96.
typical of Monday morning. People getting into it, especially with some debutants. But boy, are they starting to deliver now.
60. $140.
Yes, this is much better in the scoring from Matt. His average has come down to 87. But the only reason that Lee Cox is not in the practice room right now contemplating a perfect 10-day is because he missed the ball.
133. Leader car 161.
Well, this would be some way to finish it off. Can't be done now, but if Campbell finds the 1-3-2, I might just drop the microphone.
80. Matt, you require 132.
This is a particularly attractive finish. So Lee Cox does get a chance at the 81.
64. Lee, you require 81.
To put himself on 8 points from a possible 8. Double 13.
68.
When he's dragging them
Matt, you require 68.
a little bit now. The bullseye shot in the previous leg wasn't really close. That's in. Is double 8.
52. Lee, you require 13.
This is the pitfall of going for the double 13 shot. You've got to split this. And he can't.
Matt, you require
Oh,
60.
you can see the anger. You can feel the anger. He will feel angry now because he's lost the leg.
Campbell.
Could have won it 4-0. Probably should have won it by 4 legs to 1. But now he's been dragged into a battle at 3-2 up.
6-leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
This is where I like this format of best of 7. It's all well and good liking best of 19 and the longer formats. And they've got a place. But a little bit of a sprint format here. And you get these little complexities like this game. Where someone's dominating. They miss a couple of doubles. And then the next thing you know, from a dominant performance, it turns into a grind. Can you imagine the feeling
100
of a person who could potentially lose from the position Lee was in? Now, judging by the scores in leg 6,
81.
there's more likelihood we're going to leg 7 than it being 4-2 to Lee Cox.
95.
Well, Matt hates that treble 5, but if you want cheering up, Matt, just look at where Lee is. He can't leave a finish.
100.
He's not going to chastise himself too much. Especially now.
92.
Second visit in a row, he's just underperformed on dart 3, making things slightly harder for himself.
45.
But
Matt,
it's
you
Lee
require
who's looking for a
74.
bright side now. And the only one he's got left, potentially, is that he's thrown first in leg 7. Double top. And that is where we are going. After a blitz at the start from Lee Cox, we have seen some sensational finishes from both players now.
7th and final leg, Lee to throw first. Game on.
But the destiny of the points rest in the hands of Lee Cox to start with. And what a beginning. There aren't many better 180s in the world than Paul Hinks's 180.
100. 100.
It's a good backup. It maintains that 180-point gap. Is it gone?
140.
A gap remains, but it's only 40. So Cox cannot afford to take his foot off the pedal.
45.
Oh, and he can't find a 60. Invitation to the Canadian. RSVP is
59.
I'm not coming to the party yet. Doesn't want that dart under the 60. And for the
45.
second visit in a row, he comes up dry. And Campbell comes to the party late.
131.
And Cox might be forced into a big finish to finish it off. To finally get the points. He was 3-0 up.
95.
And there's a very real possibility
97.
he might lose 4 legs to 3. What a save this would be. Double top. Oh,
57.
he's missed it.
Lee require 36.
Is Lee Cox about to get away with it after all of the work done by Campbell? Double 9. And throughout the whole
27.
contest, he has
Might
missed
require
5 match
40.
darts in 3 different legs. Campbell was livid that he missed tops twice in the last visit.
Yeah,
He's
shot
not
of the
missed it
match,
again,
Matt Campbell.
and he has somehow won that game from 3-0 down. He was being bombarded with finishes early on. Lee Cox couldn't finish the game off. Unbelievable. I'm just totally twisted by that game. It's so confusing, this game of darts sometimes, and Lee Cox is going to feel very dizzy when he goes back to the practice room, but Matt Campbell's going to think he's won the lottery from 3-0 down. So he's on 6 points with Lee Cox in the table now as we progress further in the day with Dan Lauby up against the Frenchman Thibault Tricole. Hello and welcome back to our action here at the Online Darts Live League. That was eventful, wasn't it? 3-0 up and losing 4-3. Nobody wants that to happen to them here. And I guarantee you our next two opponents don't want that to happen to them. Eventful day so far for Dan Lauby and for Thibault, but they've had a very similar points tally and similar leg difference emblazoned against their name in this table. But Lee Cox is still top by 1 leg. But these guys have got to get in on the party. An extra 2 points here would give them a chance of finishing on 6 points by the end of the day.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
Both have got 2 matches left. Dan, this game against Double T, and he will finish up against Lee Cox in match number 13. So 2 matches of the next 3 will involve the speedy American. Whereas Thibault Tricole will be here in game 15 to take on Nathan Rafferty
60.
to close us out for Monday.
$81.
Just to give you a bit of breaking news as well, because you might have one eye on this and one on the World
43.
Championship qualifier. We have just seen a display from Boris Kruchma of Croatia
140.
in beating John Brown by 6-0 in the first round of that qualifier with an average in excess of 121.
140.
That doesn't happen every day.
146.
One of the best averages of the year has come in maybe his last
60.
tournament of the year. He's still not through, but he's beaten John Brown with an average of 121.86. And that is a steel tip personal best for Boris Kruchma. Apologies for
94.
diverting towards that,
And you
but
require 86.
I'll tell you what, that's impressive. That could have been
56.
impressive if Dan had found the bullseye.
Thibault, you require 164.
This would be impressive. Wouldn't it, Thibault? Wouldn't it? Oh,
120.
he gave it a very good go.
And you require 30.
Double 15. Does he like the lie? He does now.
Getting shot on the first
Ooh,
leg.
that was a
Lauby.
cushy shot. That's the equivalent of getting a pass from a quarterback and just hitting the pylon in the bottom right corner of the end zone. Touchdown,
Second
Dan
leg, Thibault
Lauby.
will throw first. Game on.
Just a few other breaking stories from the qualifier in
59.
Barnsley. Max Hopp is not going to the Worlds. He's lost to one of our staff here at the Online Darts Live League in Gigi Mathers,
85.
who has won 6-4. So Gigi is still cooking. As is Matthew Edgar. He's beaten Peter Jakes.
58.
My pick for the day, Mikael Unterbuchner, has won in round 1 against Mark McGeaney, averaging over 103. So if he gets through, he's making
60.
me look like a genius. Darren Webster's through against Christoph Kachuk by 6-4. Andy Bolton has beaten Josh Payne.
135.
So no Josh Payne at the Worlds. And no Karel Sedlacek because Mike De Decker has beaten him. We'll keep you up to date with those results. And one thing I can tell you, breaking news, is that Adam Gavlas has beaten Jelle
140.
Klaassen. Klaassen is not going to the Worlds, and it looks like he's lost his tour card. So Jelle Klaassen is going to Q School.
180.
We're going to 180 town. And Thibault Tricole is the mayor.
140. Thibault requires 69.
Can he rub a stamp? Leg 2 into a bill of winning.
49. Dan, you require 76.
He might not, you know. He might be demurred. Double top.
36.
Oh, the wire was bent.
Thibault, you require 20.
Can he find double
No
10?
score. Dan, you
He's
require
had some real
40.
problems on the doubles today. And Dan
Getting
Lauby
shot
does
on the
not
second
have
leg.
trouble
Dan
doubling his lead. Fantastic stuff from him. Taking the opportunity when it comes around, and he's at the halfway point with no time to spare.
Third leg, Dan to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't give you a
77.
great deal, does Dan Lauby. Whenever he throws a dart that he's not pleased with, he just looks away in disgust
50.
and then gets on with it again. How fast was that 180? That was Ricky Evans-esque. I'll tell you what, I think that's the fastest 180 I've seen here this year. That was quick. I love watching this lad when he's in full flow.
140.
He would make you dizzy.
57. Daniel Carr,
I maintain over the next couple of days that quickest game record held by Chaz Barstow is under threat. I think he's going to steal that
88.
record. If I tell him about that, because he won't know anything about it. If I tell him about it, I guarantee you
140.
he'll want
Dan, you
to
require
find that
16.
record. Double 4.
8.
Ooh, just offers Thibault a
Thibault,
chance
you
here to
require
get back in the match.
106.
He should be closed out.
66. Dan, you require 8.
Double 4 is found. He's got an 8 on his shirt, and that's exactly how many points he's just found for a 3-0. Well, so it hasn't been a very slow match, this one either. I don't think it's going to break any records. But right now, he just wants points. He doesn't want records. Starting to find his groove on that 60, that's for sure. Well, Thibault, who uses a few different grip types on that dart he's got there. There's a bit of knurling, a bit of a normal ring grip. It's a somewhat old school looking dart, actually.
60.
But he hasn't found his groove today. Until now. I will say that Thibault wins the award for the highest hairline.
Thibault, you require 138.
But isn't it great to have a shot at double 12?
126.
That could have been 318 and 6. I'll tell you what Thibault does get. He gets the award for best accent today. And he wins leg 4. So we're not going to get a bagel at this point. And we haven't had one all day long. So that says something about this group. It is fairly tightly contested.
This leg down to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've had a 4-1 3 times in a row from matches 2, 3 and 4. And a 4-1 for Lee Cox against Thibault in match 7. But the rest of them have been 4-2s and 4-3s. That's a measure of the pride of the players.
100.
There's nothing worse than being beaten 4-0. Apart from maybe being beaten 6-0.
100.
Well, Steve West is halfway to being beaten 6-0 by Mikhail Hunter Buckner in their match at the qualifier for the
59.
Worlds, because Hunter Buckner is 3-0 up on him.
140.
I'm still amazed that Keegan Brown is at that qualifier.
100. Daniel
At times, I've watched him play this year. He's been so good. He's got a best average of the year of 115. And he's at the qualifier.
60.
Dan Lauby is here, and he's here to win.
100. Daniel require 100.
Won his last game against Sebastian Steyer. He's gone up a level in this game.
81.
He's just missed his
People
first
require
match dart.
142.
This is definitely his best performance of the day. He's going to get a look at double 10 to finish things off. Currently averaging 91.5.
20.
One more job left. And that was it. A really good leg from Dan Lauby, and now he's cooking with fire, isn't he? Doesn't hang around. Straight for double 5, straight in, and beautifully done. Superb performance. You can see his average just dipped under 90 at the end, but that doesn't take away the fact that he won by 4 legs to 1, and he's now on 4 points. If he can get to 6 by the end of the day, he is firmly in the Group A mix, but Thibault's got problems. Dan Lauby is going forward to his last game, but Nathan Rafferty is now about to take on Sebastian Steyer in the next game, and Steyer is still looking for his first win on Monday. will these guys get on with the last game of round 4? We will find out right now. Let's go down to the board for game number 12. Sebastian Steyer, you can see at the foot of the table, but Nathan Rafferty has done a very good job over the last couple of games of getting himself in mid-table. A win here against the basement player, he'll be amongst the elite. You can see that his leg difference is exactly the same as Dan Lauby. But this game in hand could see him leapfrog the man from Terre Haute, Indiana. The average must be lifted by the dream.
It's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
First, you must dream of a big average and a big performance, but then you must do. The last performance from Sebastian was more of a nightmare. An average of 70.88. But he did get 2 shots at a double and hit them both. So the problem doesn't need a professor to dissect what was wrong.
140.
That's what was wrong. The scoring wasn't there. So if he can maintain more scores like that, he might get through this
60.
one. One person that isn't looking like he's going to get through that World Championship qualifier is Steve
100.
West. He's 5-1 down to Mikhail Unterbuchner. And Aaron Beanie, who was playing for his career, he is 5-1 down against Leung Kai Fan.
180.
Nathan Rafferty dips his bread in the 60 dip.
60.
He definitely looks better than he did in his first game today.
58.
He looked like he was here, but his spirit was left in Minehead. It's almost like he was jet-lagged. He is very much in the mix for this group now. If he can maintain his place in the table this time tomorrow, or even a little bit
99.
better, as he misses
Sebastian
tops for the
Steyer,
119.
101.
He could strike on Wednesday. That's the name of the game. Treble 19 or 15. He's left shaking his head
69.
until the last
Newcastle
dart,
20.
where he leaves himself on double 16. Too late though. Rafferty looks like he is in the mood to start winning again as he takes the first leg on double 10. More problems for Steyer.
Second leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Yes, in these 3-day groups, it's important to get off to a good start. You don't necessarily have to be top of the table by the end of Monday. We do compile a daily table just to give you an indication of form.
85.
But if you can win 3 games on Monday, maybe you get 4 on Tuesday, you'll definitely be in the mix. But on Wednesday, you must be
100.
in with a chance. Don't give yourself too much to do. If you can be in the top 2 or the top 3 come Wednesday, maybe 2, possibly
96.
4 points behind, still in your department where you can do something about it. The last thing you need
86.
is to be 10 points behind going into Wednesday, where you need to win every game and the person at the top needs to lose every game. That's just not a situation you want to find yourself in.
140.
So with that in mind, Nathan's done a very good job of picking himself off the floor after losing to Lee Cox in game 1.
45.
I do believe that Rafferty is called the natural.
135.
I'll be flabbergasted if his manager, Matt Ward, doesn't do something Ric Flair-like with that nickname. Of course, Ric Flair was called the Nature Boy.
100. Nathan, you require 45.
But using Ric Flair's walk-on music, oh, I'll have a bit of that, thank you very much. And if he goes tops,
Getting shot on the
he
second
will
leg.
say nothing but,
Nathan Rafferty.
woo! Just like that. It's 2-0 to Nathan Rafferty, and he is cock-a-hoop with that halfway point in no time at all.
Third leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Apologies to all of our viewers who are not wrestling fans, but everybody knows who Ric Flair is.
100.
If you are a wrestling fan, how about you visit the fact that, what is it, 20, 30 years now since
100.
The Undertaker won his first WWF Championship? And guess who handled the controversial part of that? It was Ric Flair.
140.
They were the days.
$64.
Sebastian's still shaking his head. He's raised his average to 87, but his biggest issue is that Rafferty's raised his to 103.
80.
Oh, and that's 60 on the floor. Sometimes that's the pitfall of using molded flights because they're slightly more rigid. They take the pace of the dart away from the sisal in tightly compacted situations like that. That is a great recovery. And Steyer's going to have to find maybe a fourth dart to stop himself from being bageled here because Rafferty's on a mission.
90. Nathan, you require 41.
Double top. Bends the wire just a little bit.
1. Sebastian, you require 107.
Come on, Sebastian, make a game of it. Find that 51. And he does. Double 18.
89.
Not to
Nathan,
be.
you require 40.
And Rafferty comes back for tops. He's hit a tops in this game and a double 10. Can he hit a second double 10?
30.
The answer is no.
Sebastian, you require 18.
He's not going to go for double 9. He's going to go for double 8 instead. And a very good plan it was too.
Sebastian
He
Steyer.
makes sure that we don't get a bagel at least through 4 rounds of play because he's now halved the deficit at 2-1 to Rafferty.
Fourth leg is Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
The professional career of Aaron Beeney is no longer because he has now been eliminated from the PDC Tour. He's lost to Leon Kai-Fan at the qualifier, and he will now have to go back to Q School, admittedly into the second phase of Q School, to try and get back on the tour. But it has been a bit of a roller coaster for the last couple of years
90.
for Aaron, and I think he's been brilliant. I hope we see him again. Steve West is someone you will not see at the World Championship this year. It's been a disappointing year for Steve. He's lost out to Mikhail
59.
Tabukna by 6 legs to 1. I really hope that Steve retains. I'm sure he'll retain his tour card. He's got plenty of ranking points in the world rankings.
60.
But I hope that next year is a better year for him. I am very selfish when I say that because he's a very good friend of mine. And I'm not ashamed to say that.
100.
There are lots of matches going on currently right now. Alan Tabben is 4-1 up on John Henderson. A world
60.
championship without Hendo. Ugh, that tastes a bit salty. That'll definitely put Alan Tabben off my Christmas card list.
41.
Brett Claydon's not going to the Worlds. He's been beaten by Nick Kenny of Wales.
$60. Sebastian, you require 167.
Sebastian has started to make inroads in the advantage that Rafferty carved out for himself. The Rafferty
60.
average has now dipped to 89. And the Steyer average has climbed to 88.
134. Sebastian require 107.
This could be a turning point right here for Sebastian. Well, that dart ensures that the 107's not going to go.
23. Nathan, you require 97.
But if Rafferty finds this, he'll turn the tide on the comeback. Well, the
57.
idea was
Sebastian,
good,
you require 84.
but the execution was just a little bit safe. But if Steyer stumbles... But he doesn't.
Sebastian Steyer.
I'm not so sure that he was going for that bottom portion. Everybody's going for the middle of the bed, of course, but that's the beautiful thing about some of these doubles. You don't have to hit the middle. He's hit the Rob Cross portion, as I like to call it, in the bottom left-hand side.
140.
If you don't know that reference, it's because he hit that portion when he won the Worlds. What was it? 4 years ago now? Wow, did he really win the Worlds 4 years ago?
60.
That doesn't seem like 4 years ago. It feels like maybe 2. Incredible how time passes.
60.
Fair play to Steyer, though. He has been hit hard at the start of this match by the
95.
Northern Irish young star. I do believe you pronounce his hometown as Coal Island.
100.
It sounds almost like the kind of place you would find in a very scary film.
83.
I've never been to Coal Island. In fact, I've only been to Northern Ireland once in my life. I went to Belfast for a matter of hours. I thought it was a glorious city.
58.
I'm very intrigued by Northern Ireland and its people, its culture, and its food culture as well. They've got some amazing, amazing produce over there.
94.
It's definitely a place I want
143.
to find a little bit more in my future. But Sebastian Steyer, I am giving you an F for that approach. Going 17s on your last
93.
dart. Why, Sebastian? Why? That miss at the treble and the fact that you went for 17s could cost you this leg.
60. Nathan, you require 50.
Should be 3-2. Could have been 3-1. This could have been for the match.
30.
But if he goes 3-2 down, he's got every right to have a very sore neck from shaking his head. It's in his own hands still, anyway.
57. Nathan, you require 20.
Double 10. Double 5.
10. Sebastian,
He's
you
finding
require
the wrong
52.
side of the wires now. How is Steyer about to go in? Oh, no. Is he about to go into the lead?
Game shot on the
He
fifth
is.
leg.
And there's
Sebastian
only
Steyer.
one way to put it. By hook or by crook, he is 3-2 up, and Rafferty will be livid right now.
6 legs, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Rafferty standing at the back of the room there, like a flyweight in a boxing ring, and he's just been punched by a super heavyweight. That will have hurt.
125.
Why does that happen to you sometimes? You wonder. You miss a few doubles, and then your opponent comes and picks your pocket by hitting 2 doubles.
131.
It's a strange old game sometimes, but maybe that's why we love it so much.
60.
Into the last 12 of the qualifier in Barnsley, we have Unter Buckner,
100.
we have Tabben, and Jeffrey Desvaughn. It's a somber minute because John Henderson is not going to the World Championship. And that, for me, takes something away from it, because I really wanted John Henderson to go to the Worlds and walk on with his gold medal around his neck, Kurt Angle style. But we're going to have to wait for him to do that.
139.
I just hope that John stays on tour, because his ranking has slipped over the course of 2021. We're not going to see Martin Atkins there as well. He's been beaten by Jeffrey Desvaughn. It's a bit of a darting bloodbath up in Barnsley. I'm not going to lie. This'll do.
91.
That's what they say in Yorkshire, the home of Paul Hinks. That'll do. But the approach shots haven't been the problem for Nathan Rafferty. It's been this that's been the problem over the last few legs. He's only 15% on doubles. He's missed 11 shots at double, but he hasn't missed that one. And we're going the distance for the first time in a while. And Rafferty will surely be the favourite in this leg, because throughout the game, he has been the better player.
Seventh and final leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Maybe a 15 darter would be good enough. Steyer's average just shy of 81. Rafferty 88. And that signifies that he has been the better player. But the thing that's kept Steyer in it, 60% on doubles, 3 hits from 5. This is good.
140.
Some good rhythm there. Look at this extension of the arm there. It's very Ratajski-esque.
85.
It's a real push of that dart. You can see from Rafferty's technique, it's more loose.
100.
And I can see why he's got that nickname, The Natural. That fluid follow-through is very Barneveld-esque. I can't pay a bigger compliment to it than that.
140.
And he's got 6 darts from here to get himself 6 points with a game to go.
105.
He plays Thibault Tricole in the last game of the day. He could still finish with 8 points for the day after starting
56.
with a horror show against Lee Cox. To win, he needs tops, and he finds it. He doesn't mess around this time. I tell you what, he's been hit on the chin, metaphorically speaking, a lot in the last 24 hours. But that is a good display. 25% on the checkouts. We'll swipe left on that one, get rid of that. But a 90 average performance after everything he's been through in the last 24 hours, I commend that. Especially after what he's been through in that game. So, he's on 6 points. So are some other players like Campbell and Lee Cox. And we're about to go into our final round of play today. And we're going to start with Lee Cox up against Dan Lauby. Final round of play about to start here at the Online Darts Live League for Monday in Group A. It's been a good day so far, but it hasn't been the highest level of play, but it's been really interesting. How interesting will the final round be as we look at Dan Lauby up against Lee Cox? He's still at the top of the table, only averaging 82.5 for the day. Much to mull. 31.25% on the doubles. He did finish well in his last match, but he didn't finish the job. How's he going to do against the other North American in this group? Because against Matt Campbell, that's the kind of game that gives you nightmares and keeps you awake at night.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
But let's face facts now. We have Lauby on 4 points. We have Lee Cox, Nathan Rafferty and Matt Campbell on 6. If Lauby's going to join the party and give himself a really good chance of amassing points tomorrow,
180!
Getting a win here against Cox is good news for him. Because not only does he get himself to 6 points,
57.
he keeps Cox on 6 points within striking distance. The early exchanges on Monday are all about just amassing a good amount, maybe having a 50-50 record coming into this round
100.
on a Monday. That's exactly what Lauby has done. But now, it's about winning and denying your closest rivals points yourself. If you can do that, you will have every chance of winning this group. As for Lauby's day, 85.03, the running average.
180! Leader car 164.
He has got himself 4 180s today. Exactly the same as Lee Cox. In fact, Lee's got 5 because he hit one a little bit earlier in this game. But Lauby's got the more doable out here. Double 12.
92.
He's so quick, we can't
136.
even change the camera to zoom in on double 12 before he throws it.
60. Daniel Ricard.
Can he find
12.
double 6?
Game
There's your
time, the
answer.
first leg.
Perfectly
Dan
pitched
Lauby.
dart, like a left-handed pitcher for, I don't even know if they've got a baseball team in Indiana. Well, let's say the Boston Red
Right-back leader
Sox.
throw first. Game on.
Which leads me to last week, because a certain dart player who played last week, the name of Scott Williams,
180!
was wearing a lot of the colour that Lee Cox has got on his shirt. He was wearing a lot of yellow. And he wore a pair of socks with my face on them.
59.
I'm taking that as a very big compliment. I've never had my face on some socks before. And if you are watching, Scott, or if any
45.
of his friends are watching, I've had some requests from people who want to buy those. Not the very same socks that you wore,
60.
but some socks with my face on. So if you have had a run of them made, can you let me know? Highest performer of the day is Matt Campbell. His running average of 87.23 can't be bettered up to this point. He's also got 45% on his finishing, which is way better than everybody else by quite some distance. His last match comes next against the pointless Sebastian Steyer.
100.
I don't mean pointless in the derogatory sense. I mean the fact that he hasn't won any points.
$29. Leader car 100.
Well, Lee's got a stress less leg here.
$60.
And that's perfectly all right when your opponent's on 280.
$140. Leader car 56.
Things have just got a bit more stressful though. He doesn't want to miss this. Double top.
36.
And that just offers a
Daniel Ricard,
smidgen of an opportunity here for Lauby. He's going to eagle eye this one. He's not going to find it.
100. Lee requires
Now, Lee.
20.
This has been your leg, all leg. You got one more job to do.
10.
Oh, I will not
Daniel
believe that,
Ricard,
and I
40.
don't either. That is borderline cruel. And
He
how
shot him the
typical
second leg.
that Dan Lauby goes and hits the double that he couldn't. Lee Cox is going to feel twisted right now, but Lauby's going to feel really pleased at 2-0.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
A few more results that have come in from the World Championship qualifier.
59.
Peter Hudson has just beaten Eddie Lovely by 6 legs to 5, so no World Championship for the lovely man named Eddie. Boris Kritschmer,
83.
who put in that ridiculous average in the first round of 121 and change. He was 3-0 down to Ryan Murray, and now it's 4-3
128.
to the Scotsman. So he's clawed his way back into that one. And we've got the early stages of Matthew Edgar against Nick Kenny, where Matthew is 2-0 up. And Mike De Decker's playing Gary Blades right now.
58.
And that's 2-1 to De Decker. 3 places up for grabs today. It would have been
52.
only 2 if Nathan Rafferty had won. In the World Championship
50.
for the youth players yesterday, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame, obviously, for the Live League not to have the trophy with us
What
today.
was
It could
the
have been perched on the
name?
table at the back. And I'm sure Nathan is gutted that he's not taking the trophy home with all those esteemed names on it. But who's going to be top of the table by the end
46.
of today?
Daniel require 82.
Ooh, lovely shot.
50.
But he doesn't find the double 16. And in similar fashion to the last leg, he's the one in the comfortable position. But you don't expect him to miss the 32.
89. Daniel require 32.
Lee Cox has failed to leave a finish. So it
Game
is
shot on the
3-0 to
third
Dan
leg.
Lauby.
Dan
And this
Lauby.
is all going according to plan. A couple of legs that he has dominated. But at the same time, he shouldn't have won that second leg.
Fourth leg leader throw first. Game on.
Ryan Murray's 5-3 up on Kritschmer now.
41.
And Ryan Murray is scrapping for his card as well. That's a very big match for him. Oh, how these players would love to be
40.
in that playoff next year. Because that would signify that they've got a tour card for at least 2022 and 2023.
58.
Just to give you an indication of who you will see later in the week. Group C, which will be
122.
9:30 in the morning on Thursday and Friday. The same format as this group, but only over 2 days, of course. You'll have Diogo Portela of Brazil, which follows in our
82.
international flavour for the week. He's warming up for the World Championship as well. He'll be at Alexandra Palace. Richard North will not.
140.
And neither will Scott Baker. Can you imagine if Dan Lauby is in Group C and he has to play Scott Baker? Can you imagine how quick that game would be?
140.
Lauby's looking to leave something under 100 here. He's not going to do it.
47.
So the fight back from Cox has got to start here. He's got to find a 140 or at least a ton.
100.
He gets
Daniel
the
require
ton.
152.
He's not happy with that effort. I don't blame him. But it's a good adjustment.
89. Lee require 80.
That might be okay because all the pressure's on Lee Cox to hit this. And he will despise that dart. He looks a bit like I look when I look at how to solve Pythagoras' theorem.
40. Dan, you require 63.
Puzzled. I bet you Dan Lauby could probably solve that. He's a very, very smart man. Oh, treble
Hey,
9 for
shot
double
from the
18.
Dan
Crafty
Lauby.
stuff from Dan Lauby, who finishes the day strong. Didn't start well for Dan, but everything got better after he beat Sebastian Steyer. So he goes into Tuesday with 6 points in the bag, but Lee Cox will finish on 6 points after winning his first 3 games. So those guys will be tied going into Tuesday. Will they be looking up at Matt Campbell? That is the thing on his mind when he plays in Game 14 coming next. And he's up against the Pole Sebastian Steyer, who wants 2 points going into Tuesday. Now in lies the chance for Matt Campbell to finish on top of the table today. Can Canada have the #1 spot? And can the Ginger Ninja find an 8th point of the day against Sebastian Steyer? He's currently top, but if he loses this game, it could be Rafferty who could be top by the end of the day. But if it is a victory for Campbell, and he gets to 8 points and a minimum of +7, then he will be at the top going into Tuesday. But as far as Steyer is concerned, he just wants to get on the points tally.
Game on.
And I feel like I've been saying that all day. And I said a little bit earlier on, you can't win Group A on Monday, but you can lose it.
59.
We have seen historically that Group A is won between 18 and 28 points. Now, 28 points is an extreme example. It's only been done once. In fact, I think 26
45.
points has only been done 3 times. So on the whole, it's usually between 18 points and 24. Now, if Steyer loses this game, he can only get 20 by winning 5 games
24.
tomorrow and 5 games on Wednesday. Now, based on form, I'm not going to say that's going to happen. I'm not discounting
16.
him at all right now before I get a barrage of tweets from some Polish darts fans. But this is not a good start. When in fact he's up against
39.
the person at the other side of the table in Matt Campbell, who's playing much better than him. His average for the day is over 10 better. His doubles are more than
99.
20% better. That would be even worse if it wasn't for one game where Sebastian had
56.
2 shots at a double and hit them both and ended up with 100%. So, sometimes the stats will tell little white lies.
93.
But I don't think it's a coincidence that Matt Campbell is at the top of the table. I think, judging by his somewhat relaxed mood this morning,
89.
walking to the studio with him, he's just a really chilled out bloke. But he's a fierce competitor.
82.
And I think he really was relishing this today. That's much better from Sebastian.
122.
But it's 418s in bull. And of course he did have the option of the 25 first, which would have left him 97, but that'll do.
90. Sebastian Steyer 113.
Treble 19 would have left double 18. And Matt Campbell right now is thinking,
81.
I'm really
Matt
glad I didn't hit that
32.
treble 11. I didn't want to be coming back for double 5.
Getting shot on the first
Well, he's
leg.
not. He's
Matt
taken a
Campbell.
19 dart break of throw there after a really freezing cold start from Sebastian on his own throw, and you can't do that against the league leader.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
A couple more results have just come in from the playoff in Barnsley. After being 3-0 down, Boris Krutchmer has won 6-5. A really grinding performance. And he's having a bit of a day, isn't he? But that day is not over yet. He's still got to win 2 more matches to get through to the World Championship.
100.
So the players through to the final 12 so far. Jeffrey Desvaughn, Mike De Decker, Alan
125.
Tabben, Boris Krutchmer and Mikhail Unterbuchner. Gordon Mathers is nearly there. He's 5-2 up on Jake Jones of Stoke.
140.
And Nick Kenny is 1 leg away from taking Matt Edgar off the tour.
100.
If Matthew Edgar does not make the World Championship, he is losing his card. But the same goes for Nick Kenny.
59.
So it is a shootout
Matt
in
Campbell,
more ways than one.
142.
Another one of those for tops.
122.
I love that route for 142. I remember hitting it in my first World Championship against Adrian Gray. It's one of my favourite finishes of my career. I really enjoyed that one.
60. Matt Campbell 20.
Double 10. To stop Sebastian getting a shot at what he's just missed.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
there you
second leg.
go.
Matt Campbell.
What a use of the guide. He made it quake. He used it that much. That's like getting a cross from the right-hand side and just nodding it into the net. Beautifully done. Should have put in a hockey reference there, really, and not a soccer reference.
100.
They don't play a lot of soccer in Canada. We do have a team in the MLS in Toronto, I believe.
180.
Full of red there. And that is the colour of Toronto. Not the Maple Leafs, because they're blue and white.
60.
And the Jays are blue in baseball, of course. I'll have to pull Matt aside this week and see what kind of sport he's into.
60.
His friend Jeff Smith is an Edmonton Oilers supporter. A team that was graced by the great Wayne Gretzky.
96.
And there are some fabulous Canadian hockey players at the minute. And one of the best of all time is my hockey hero, Sidney Crosby. A great of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
58.
But I'm fascinated by Canadian culture. I spent a lot of time over there and they're just wonderful people. That reputation they have of opening up their home to you and giving you everything they have. It's so true. They will do anything for a stranger. If only more people were like Canada.
130. Sebastian Steyer, 164.
I was going to say, this wouldn't be very generous.
83.
That start is very good.
73.
However, he's in trouble. Double top.
33. Sebastian
Campbell
Steyer,
come back
81.
for the opportunity of a 3-0 lead? On that evidence, possibly. On that evidence, definitely.
41. Matt Campbell, 40.
And Sebastian nearly bust that shot by hitting the 60. Oh, that's horrible. But not horrible enough. What a dart that is from Matt Campbell. We've seen some great shots today, but I'll tell you this, that was the best individual dart of the day by a mile.
Like Matt to throw first. Game on.
He has hit that double top, and he could see maybe a quarter of it. And he's hit it right in the corner.
100.
And has he shown any emotion? Has he shown any sort of facial twist? No. GG Mathers,
100.
one of our close friends here at the Live League, is through to the last 12. He's beaten Jake Jones by 6 legs to 3. And Matt Edgar is off the tour. He's lost 6-5 to Nick Kenny.
51.
Not for the lack of trying. He's averaged 95 in defeat. But Nick Kenny has also averaged 95. And Kenny survives. Edgar, find out how he's feeling by going to his social
43.
feeds. I'm sure he will tell you in the coming hours. But Matt's a great lad. He's full of fun. And he's going to have to go back to Q school.
82.
Looking on the bright side for the darts fans. At least we won't see that horrible dart shirt of his at Ali Pali. But we're not going to put dart players down today.
60.
It's a day of destiny and a day of disappointment. So if you do have the chance, send the people who have not made it through to the World Championship a little message today, just saying
101.
commiserations. I'm sure they will appreciate any support. Much like some of the players here. If you do interact with us on social media, you see our address at Darts Live League. Please keep it positive.
Matt Campbell, 160.
And remember that these are human beings doing their best in every game.
$57.
We've only seen 1 4-0 all day.
Matt
And it was in the very last game. It was Lauby 4, Cox 0. Is it the same here?
90.
Well, not yet at least.
Sebastian Steyer, 145.
Go on, Sebastian, have a crack. That was a very good try. But the likelihood is he's going to lose 4-0 and end up on 0 points and -10 in leg difference. And And that is the
Game shot
case
on the
because the
match.
Canadian has
Matt
found
Campbell.
a good enough performance to win by 4 legs to 0. And you just don't know how valuable those legs could be. It's steady. It's 83.5. It's 1 out of every 3 darts at double. But you can see that Sebastian didn't get a shot at a double. So in lies the problem with his game. He needs to score heavier. He'll come back tomorrow for more. But Matt Campbell will come back on Tuesday, top of the table. It's about position for the next 2 guys. Thibault's got 2 points, but his rival in the next game, the final game of the day, has got 6. It's the final game of the day. Thank you for staying with us since 9:30 this morning, where we've had our first day of Group A in Week 4 of the Online Darts Live League in Phase 6. We will have a Phase 6 champion in a couple of weeks' time, but who's going to get there? But first, who is going to win this game between Thibault Tricole and, of course, Nathan Rafferty? Rafferty has done very well to find his way to 6 points. He could join Matt Campbell on 8. He's not going to get to the top of the table, but he could usurp Dan Lauby in 2nd place if he finds another 2 points to win 4 straight games after a very poor start against Lee Cox.
Game on.
But Thibault Tricole has had a very strange day. In fact, his day has been very much the opposite of Nathan Rafferty, because he won his first game, but has lost 3 since.
65.
Can he buck that trend? Or will he contribute to the ever-growing confidence of the young Northern Irishman
100.
that didn't walk out to Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty yesterday, which I was very disappointed by?
180.
But he does triple dip his bread in the 180 gravy there. And he's not done yet.
140.
Very good display so far, and he's making immediate problems for the Frenchman.
140. Nathan Tricole 116.
He just can't stop hitting that 60, can he?
96.
Almost gets a 12 darter. The best leg we've had today from Lee Cox was a 10, and that was against Thibault. Can he find a 50? Oh, sacre bleu.
87. Nathan Tricole 20.
Dart number 2 was terrible. That wasn't.
Nathan
I'm getting my tongue twisted. And Thibault Tricole's getting that leg taken away from him by a brilliant Northern Irishman, so he is.
Something like Nathan to throw first. Game on.
I'm allowed to have a bit of fun. Why not?
140.
At this juncture, I'd like to thank everybody here at the Online Darts Live League for allowing me to be the commentator
60.
so many times. It has been a real privilege, not just in 2021, but through a very tricky time
100.
in live sport over the last couple of years, where the organisers here at the Live League have kept me very close and given me great opportunities, and I am very, very grateful.
140.
And consider myself to be doing one of the best jobs out there, talking about the game that I love.
95.
And I'm not done yet, because there's going to be 2 more days of this.
59.
And 2 more days of me in the chair. But Rafferty is playing like a man who's got a bus to catch. I guarantee he's not going to get a bus from here back to Northern Ireland.
140.
Not unless
Nathan
in the last
Tricole
3 or 4 hours they've started inventing flying buses. But there's only one thing flying in this game, and that is a man by the name of Nathan Rafferty. Natural? Yeah, you can say he's natural, all right. 2-0 up.
Third like Thibault to throw first. Game on.
In French, I suppose he's
au
natural. Yeah, we don't want anybody streaking here at the Live League.
65.
That really would be strange in a room with no windows. How did he get in there?
125.
This is a bit like the darting version of the Crystal Maze. Once that door is closed, you can't get out unless you've got a crystal. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Having a darts event like that. You can't get out unless you win.
100.
If that game show ever happens, please let me know so I can sue them.
57.
Well, Nathan's looking for a maximum here to leave himself on double 8.
100.
He does find a very tidy
122.
score of 100 to leave 96. But he might not even get a look at that. But he is now. Thibault is 6 short of a shot of the bullseye.
82. Nathan required 96.
So is it 3-0? It might be. And
James
is.
on the third leg.
That is
Nathan
deadly
Rafferty.
from Nathan Rafferty. 3-0 up. And it is 3-0 for the 3rd game in a row. We are starting to see a move from the people towards the top of the table. And what's more, Lee Cox was top of the
85.
table from game 1 that he played all the way through game 3 that he played. If Rafferty gets one more
48.
leg, he'll find himself in 2nd, and Lee Cox will be in 4th place. All because
45.
of the brilliance of Rafferty, of Lauby, and Campbell in their last game. They could all win 4-0 to finish their campaign.
100.
So the best scenario for Nathan is 8 points and a leg difference of +5 for the day,
100.
which is very impressive. Thibault's running average coming into this game, 83.6, which, funnily enough, was much better
86.
than a couple of players on the table, including Nathan Rafferty, who was 82.8. But I think that was drowned by the first game of the day where he averaged 66.
180.
And Thibault dips his bread in the 180 column. And that is his 6th of the day.
46. Thibault require
One of the best 180 hitters of the day. So they haven't been the problem.
64. Nathan require
Can he finish with a real crescendo here? What he has done is get into 2-dart range, which is where Thibault already is. Double 16.
36.
So it's match point now for Rafferty to finish Monday very well indeed. Double top, and it's a lie and a half. Oh, how did that not sneak in?
Thibault require 32.
He'll be wondering that for a few seconds.
Game shot in the
He doesn't have to worry about it anymore
Thibault
because
Tricole.
Thibault's not going to be bageled at all today. He's going to be very, very happy about that, but he's still got a lot of work to do.
Fifth leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
If the Frenchman needs some sort of encouragement, just think about Lee Cox. He was 3-0 up on Matt Campbell, cruising.
100.
Matt Campbell won 4-3.
60.
So this is not an insurmountable lead that Rafferty has.
83.
Talk about famous Raffertys. Apart from the fact I went to school with a girl called Claire Rafferty. There's a bit of a random one
99.
for you. But Jerry Rafferty, the famous musician, and Ronan Rafferty, the famous golfer. Very famous Irish golfer who played Ryder Cup.
45. 58.
Tell you what though, I love the Northern Irish accent, don't you? And you think about the way they say Rafferty, it'll sound fantastic. Rafferty.
45.
Fantastic.
67.
I'm sure my friend Connor, who is from Belfast, is critiquing my Northern Irish accent as we speak.
136.
I'm going to have to work on my French accent though. I haven't used that since high school.
91. Thibault Tricole 92.
But if he hits this 92, it will be very good. Double 12.
68.
He's missed his
Nathan
chance
Tricole,
to
126.
go to 3-2. It could well be game over. If the bull is hit,
Game
and
shot
what a
on the
bullseye
Nathan
that
Rafferty.
is from Nathan Rafferty. What a shot. He's had some big hits hit against him today, his Thibault Tricole, but maybe nothing sweeter than that bullseye. What a way to finish our coverage for the day. 93.19 and 67% on the doubles. That 126, I'm sure Nathan Rafferty is going to be thinking about that for the rest of the day. So, Monday has been slightly better for Nathan Rafferty after a very heartbreaking Sunday. He finds himself in second position again, albeit he still has the next 2 days to write that. But it's a good day for him. It's a good day for Campbell. It's been a very enjoyable one for us too. I'll very much look forward to watching Rafferty against Tricole, which will be our first game of Tuesday. That will be at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow via the usual channels, the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker, and of course via the YouTube channel of Online Darts. Have a very safe and enjoyable Monday wherever you are. Stay warm, or if you're watching from around the world, get cooler. But I'm going to stay warm. I'm going to go for a walk now because I've spent a lot of time indoors over the last few days. I'm going to have a very enjoyable Monday myself. I hope you guys do too. The Asset's signing out for now. See you Tuesday.